Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a little piece of heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 5, Villains of the Academy, Killer with a Potential. Intently staring at the ceiling of his room, Ichigo's pupils were dilated as he tried to overcome the trembling of his body. It was an early Thursday morning and the new student of the Shino Academy had just woken up from a nightmare. His chest rose and fell in a rapid motion, his breathing was accelerated. He blinked, causing his senses and mind to fully wake up. The cold and unpleasant sweat was covering most of his body and he touched his forehead with the palm of his right hand. Ugh, that was. He groaned and glanced at the clock. It was barely 6 in the morning. With a sigh, he laid his head back on the pillow. His eyes found the same spot on the ceiling he had been staring at moments ago and his mind began to wander. That dream. I'm sure it was a memory of my mother dying. Or wasn't it? My memories are still a bit unorganized and some are a bit hazy. He raised his hand and looked at the back of his palm. If that was my mom, why was her skin covered in something like that? I'm certain I remember seeing a weird pattern on her hands. He narrowed his eyes and glared at his own hand for a while longer, trying to grasp other pieces of information from the dream. It was useless. Just like any other dream most people produce in their sleep, Ichigo's nightmare was the same in a sense that it slowly slithered away from his mind, leaving only a lingering emotion behind. When he realized it, the teen scoffed and slowly sat on the bed. No point in dwelling on something which had probably happened a long time ago. A single bead of sweat traveling across his body, from his neck to his abdomen, reminded him the uncomfortable feeling he had, and so, with a yawn, he stood up and entered the bathroom. Enjoying a cold shower moments later, he put one of his hands on the wall. As the water splashed against his skin, he recalled the rest of his first day at the academy. There wasn't much to recall, though. The only class he'd had the previous day was Zanjutsu practice, and after the instructor made him spar with him, nothing extreme had happened. The man had completely ignored the fact that many students had apparently recognized Ichigo to be the person of a quite famous rumor. The teen had received the same treatment as the rest of them. While he was thankful for it, them knowing who he was troubled him. In the first place, he didn't even understand how they could know him. He had been traveling the Rokanga only for a few weeks, certainly not long enough to gain such a well-known rumor, bordering on a legend. Was what he had done so deserving the fame? No, Ichigo shook his head. What he had done was the absolute opposite. He should be treated not as a hero or a legend or anything even remotely similar, but as a villain. The thin line he was treading on was just scarcely separating him from being a complete criminal. Water in the shower got colder, snapping Ichigo out of his thoughts. Twisting the faucet, he enjoyed a bit of the warm water before stepping out. He grabbed the toothbrush, something the academy provided him with for free, and returned back to his thoughts. Dully brushing his teeth, a frown appeared on his face. Tora, huh? He wasn't sure what to think. Yes, it troubled him because of the reasons he listed a few minutes ago. On the other hand, maybe it was for the better. Maybe the rumor about him and his actions would help him achieve a peace of mind during his stay at the academy. After all, who would want to annoy somebody that had killed so much already? He spat the remaining toothpaste in the sink and dried his mouth with a towel, his frown increasing. There was another thing that had been bothering the teen. He had arrived to the academy after the semester began, which meant he was behind in the curriculum. Zanjutsu, Hoho, Hakuda, Godai 13 and Practical Shinigami, these were the subjects he was confident he could catch up with easily. However, Kido class was a completely different case. He was practically sure he was going to have troubles with it. The teen based it on the way he was able, or more like unable, to reproduce what Rukia had showed him during the short journey to the Siratii. A grimace crept on his face. He glanced at the clock to see it was still only 6:30 and so, walking out of the bathroom, he neared the shelf with the textbooks. Retrieving a book on Kido, he put it on the table and sat on the chair. He was going to make sure that Kido wouldn't be out of his reach. Having 10 minutes before the class on Hoho was supposed to begin, Ichigo leisurely wandered through the corridors of the academy. His distinctive frown was present on his face, showing the other students he was passing by just how much he wanted to be left alone. Although, it appeared to be not working as he thought it would. No matter how much he glared or glowered at them, the people passing him by were hell-bent on loudly whispering, and some of them were even openly gawking at him. Did you see him? That was Tora. You mean that Tora? What is he doing here? He's a bit scary though. Do you think I could get his autograph? The last comment was the last straw, and Ichigo located its author. Giving him the dirtiest and scariest glare he could muster, a quiet growl escaped his lips. Are these people brain dead or what? An autograph? What do they think I am? Who do they think I am? Some kind of a celebrity, damn it. He watched as a duo of teenagers hastily scrambled away as soon as they noticed his eyes boring a hole in their heads. But even this didn't discourage others to whisper all kinds of things about him, and the more students he passed by, the deeper his frown got. That's him, right? Yeah, trying to look cool? Pfft, who does he think he is, low-class trash? Ichigo stopped in front of the door leading to his next class, and slightly turning his head to the right, he glanced at a group of boys glaring at him from behind. They looked a bit different from other students. The clothes they were wearing appeared to be expensive, and their eyes were the eyes of somebody who thought of himself better than anybody else. His eyelids lowered, Ichigo scanned their faces to try and remember them. They must be from a noble clan, he thought, and turned back to the door. Pushing them open, a small revelation hit him. Even though he was in afterlife, trying to become a proper Shinigami in his death, things were just like in the human world. Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts was still a simple school with diverse types of students. It was precisely the same as the Karakura High School. He chuckled. And here he thought it would be something completely different. A single sun ray caused him to blink, and he shielded his eyes with a hand. The classroom he had entered wasn't a classroom at all. It was more like a playground. Consisting of multiple running tracks, the area reminded him of a stadium for athletics. The running tracks varied in their length, the shortest one being around 100 meters and the longest one around 5 times longer. Ichigo wasn't surprised by this sight. The class was supposed to be ho-ho practice, and where else would one have it if not somewhere with enough space? However, the sudden transition between the school's corridors and the natural outside caught him off guard for a second. When his eyes allowed him to look anywhere without having them squinted, the teen spotted the chief instructor Jingoro Onabara standing next to the shortest running track. Since other students began to gather around him, Ichigo followed the suit and walked closer. Until he was sure every student from his class was present, the man didn't utter a single word. But after that, he pointed behind him and expectantly looked at his students. Quiet down, brats. Until today, you've been forbidden to use an actual shunpo during the practice. It was due to the fact that it could have ended with your tendons torn or worse. I had all of you just trying to apply the instruction you've received at the Ho-Ho Theory classes. I do hope you remember them. He stated in a low voice, carefully studying their faces. Raising his arm, he pointed his finger at one student. Shoyuguru Sakura. Remind us what it is all of you should already know. The girl in question jumped a bit at his raised voice and rapidly nodded. Why yes, sir. For the high-speed movement called flash step or shunpo, one needs to concentrate his Ryutsu output to the sole of his feet and, using it as a propeller, he releases the concentrated Ryutsu in an explosive manner. Thanks to that, his body travels forward until the portion of Ryutsu runs out or he consciously limits it. She hastily explained, gulping when Jingoro stared at her. That was exactly what your textbooks tell you. It is not wrong, but the explanation is a bit stiff. I won't change it or else you'd be confused. However, when you try it, listen to what your body says and don't try to necessarily do something your body doesn't want to do. The man allowed the female student to step back and shook his head in amusement when the rest of the students began to whisper. He could almost feel their excitement. Yes, as you have guessed, today you will finally try to perform the basic shunpo. Don't try to show off and just do what your body is comfortable with. I don't want to see somebody tearing up his legs because he used too much of his spiritual energy. Form groups of 4, stand at the edge of the running track and show me what you got. Ichigo, along with the rest of the students, watched as 4 of their classmates stepped up and, under the vigilant stare of the instructor, did as told. When only one of them successfully moved from one place forward without falling down on his face, Ichigo quietly groaned. Isn't this allegedly a special class for gifted students? They did better yesterday and even that wasn't very impressive. He wondered in dismay. However, his mood improved a bit when the next group of 4 students tried Shunpo. Of course, the first group experienced a disappointed sigh of their instructor. As the minutes passed, Ichigo found himself frowning. While students that came after the first group mostly did well and managed to produce something that was closely resembling an actual Shunpo, it was nothing worth celebrating. It was nothing like what Rukia had told him. When the petite Shinigami had described him what the academy was during her time at it, he had been expecting a facility producing warriors and not this. Either he had extreme expectations of it, or the standard at the academy sank compared to Rukia's time here. If the latter was true, something must have went horribly wrong. Otherwise, there was no way somebody could consider this class to be a special accelerated one. Not after watching the students perform in it. He raised his head when Gengoro's voice entered his ears. Ah, so the celebrity is the last one, along with Shoyugaru, huh? Ichigo ignored him and turned his head to the left to glance at the girl with pink hair nervously walking to the instructor. With a sigh, he followed her. So, Tora-kun, you look a bit bored. Do you think this class is a waste of your precious time? The teen narrowed his eyes and gazed at the man's face. He's trying really hard to piss me off. If I learn something new, it is not a waste of my time. If. He replied, putting an emphasis on the conjunction. Hearing his response, Gengoro's mouth formed a ghost smile. Soon after that, he chuckled. Witty brat. And here I went through all the trouble of having Shoyugaru remind us what we have learned so far. It was all for you and now you're trying to tell me you knew it? Ah, do tell that sooner next time. He stated and motioned Ichigo and the girl to prepare. In the next instant, Ichigo performed the Shunpo he had been using for the past few weeks, corrected with a bit of Yoriyuki's guiding. The rest of the students saw him disappear, their eyes not trained to be able to keep up with such speed. When they realized the person that suddenly appeared at the end of the running track was Ichigo, many had their jaws on the ground. However, there was a good amount of those who were staring at his distant figure with a frown. In a flash, the teen returned back on the starting position and calmly looked Gengoro in the eye. So? How was it? He asked. The man raised one eyebrow and a peculiar look showed up in his eyes. Ichigo's question caused his classmates to glare at him, as they thought he was trying to show off. But before anybody else could say anything, the teen continued. I ask again. How was it? Did I do anything wrong? I have learned this by myself so I'm not sure if I did it properly. Do your thing, what the instructor is supposed to do and criticize me. Otherwise this class will really be a waste of time. Gengoro was silent for a moment and just closely studied Ichigo's face. Both of them completely ignored the murmurs coming from the rest of the students. Finally, the instructor's hand moved and he scratched his chin with it. A quiet snort escaped his nose and with a grin, he shook his head. No, what you just performed was a long step ahead of what the first years should be able to do. To be able to Shunpo 100 meters in a single step? Yeah, I think it was a single step. To be able to do that is impressive. I'll restrain myself from rating your actual Shunpo skills until I see you perform more of them, but, so far, I'd say you're way ahead of most students at this academy. He trailed off and turned to the rest of the students as the murmurs were getting louder. You lot, repeat the process until you think you successfully managed to do a proper Shunpo. Again, do it in groups of 4 people. Remember, don't show off or there will be some serious repercussions. Gengoro exclaimed, and as the students nodded and obediently did as told, he grabbed Ichigo's shoulders, ignoring the teen's flinch. With a slight push, he nudged the teen to walk with him. As they were nearing the longest running track in the area, he spoke again. Listen here, Kurosaki. I think we need to talk. Ichigo, until now willingly letting himself to be dragged across the field, narrowed his eyes. From what he could recall from his memories, every time a teacher had taken him away to talk to him in private, it had meant trouble. Making a small step to the side, He shook off the hand from his shoulder and waited for the inevitable with a composed expression. The chief instructor noticed his stiff posture and waved with his hand. "You're not in trouble, so relax." "It's quite the opposite. What am I going to do with you, Kurosaki?" Seeing the man sigh, Ichigo's eyes showed a minor confusion. "How h? What do you mean?" The man chuckled. "Ah, you know, I'm your teacher, you should at least try to be polite. The way you speak makes you sound quite arrogant. Don't change the subject. And I show respect to those who earn it." Ichigo quickly replied in a calm tone. One of Gengoro's eyes twitched, but he remained calm as well. "You're lucky you're interesting, otherwise I'd have a problem with your attitude. Nevertheless, my main concern is the fact you appear to be too skilled for this class. It's true that so far I've seen only bits of your Zanjutsu skill and one Shunpo, but taking the results of your entrance exam into account, I think I'm right." He explained and saw the teen frown. "And how is this bad?" Ichigo asked, confused. "It's not bad per se. However, if what I think about you is true, then it would be a shame to have such a talented brat getting held back just because he was assigned to a bad class. Saying that, I want you to show me your true skills at Shunpo. To be precise, your fastest Shunpo and your longest Shunpo you can muster within a single step. After that, I'd like to see you run one circle at the running track on our left to determine how quickly you can change directions while using a Shunpo," Gengoro stated, pointing with his finger to the side. When he noticed Ichigo's reluctant expression, he spoke once more. "You don't have to do this, of course. However, you'll be robbing yourself of the opportunity to study properly and something new. Staying in this class would be more of a hindrance to you." Ichigo closed his eyes for a moment. He wanted to properly think this through. He opened them with only 1 second delay inside. It was pointless to think about it. What Gengoro told him was true. There was no point in contemplating. He himself came to this school with an intention to finish it as quickly as possible. "Fine." Gengoro nodded to him, motioning him to start any time he wanted to. The fastest Shunpo, Ichigo thought, and in a burst of speed, he flashed across the track to land several dozen meters away. Returning back to the man, he expectantly looked at him. "So?" Gengoro scratched his chin. "Okay, that was fast. One question though, explain the length of the step." Not sure if he understood him right, Ichigo squinted his eyes, trying to think about the answer. "Well, if I've gone further, the speed would only decrease. If I've gone a shorter distance, it wouldn't allow me to reach the top speed." "Good." Positioning himself at the beginning of the track again, Ichigo cracked his neck joints. "Now, the longest." Pushing himself forward, he tried to sustain the flash step for as long as possible, before his feet eventually landed on the solid ground. He glanced behind to see his instructor looking at him from a good distance afar. Trying to measure the distance he crossed, his gaze fell upon the rest of the track that lay in front of him. While he wasn't disappointed, he wasn't very much satisfied either. It appeared he had flashed through something less than a half of the running track, which made his longest Shunpo to be slightly above 200 meters. The teen knew he should feel overjoyed with the results, but, being hard on himself, he couldn't. Flashing back to Gengoro's large figure, he did his own analysis. "I did get quite far, but it took too much time. After about half of the step, my speed began to decrease too much. I still have a lot of room to improve." When he landed next to Gengoro, the man was silent and motioned him to continue with flashing around the last running track, oval in shape. After Ichigo did that too, it was only then that the man spoke again. "It's just like I suspected. You're too good for this class. Taking everything you showed to me into consideration, all of my 5 senses are telling me you should be taking Ho-Ho classes at least with the 5th years. Your speed is undoubtedly on par with a seated officer of the Godi I-13, which is nothing short of amazing. I want to say you should be taking classes even with 6th years, however, watching you continuously use Shunpo at the last running track, I can't. You are obviously not used to prolonged use of high-level Shunpo. Before you say anything, I'll add my observations from the Zanjutsu class 2 first. I haven't seen all of your abilities in that area, so I can't be sure, but you definitely belong to a higher level class. While he talked, Ichigo watched him calm eyes, but on the inside he was furiously thinking. He still wasn't sure what this was all about. After the man ended his speech, Ichigo voiced his thoughts. I still don't get it. What do you want me to do? Jingoro folded his arms and gave him a serious stare. It's not about what I want you to do. It's about what you want to do. You seem eager to learn. I don't know your backstory and frankly, I don't give a damn about it. However, I see your present self and it's a brat hungry for a knowledge. Long story short, I can arrange for you to have classes on the level you should be having them. You'd study and practice with your upperclassmen. He explained, and his piercing gaze forced Ichigo to narrow his eyes. Without a doubt, it was an excellent offer. An offer Ichigo almost certainly couldn't refuse. It perfectly fit with his plan on finishing the academy as soon as possible. But, wasn't it too good to be true? Ichigo was unquestionably not as naive as he had been in the past. The events of the past few weeks, even months, have made him suspicious of the human's nature. Ultimately, even Kazumi, a person who sacrificed her life for him, told him the whole truth only at the very end. Because of that, his mind was questioning his instructor's intentions. Where was the man going with it? How could he use the teen for his own purposes? Why? Seeing his question confused the older man, Ichigo elaborated further. Why would you help me? What is it that you gain by that? Ichigo's unwavering stare caused the other man to mentally flinch. He could see the teen's eyes that, while undoubtedly calm, betrayed many emotions hiding somewhere deep. His brow furrowed and a simple thought crossed his mind. What did he go through to gain such suspicion of others? He blinked, clearing his mind and, trying to sound honest, replied in a serious voice. Nothing. There is virtually nothing I'd personally gain. You're mistaking what I'm doing for something you'd owe me for. I can assure you this is not the case. You'll owe me nothing. I have been an instructor at the Shino Academy for the past 2 centuries, and to this day, I still am just this, an instructor. I don't like brats. In the most cases I don't care for their lives. However, at heart I'm but a teacher, and I just can't do nothing when I see a brat with an incredible potential. Why would I help you? Because I simply don't want to see you go to waste, brat. If you still don't believe me and insist I'll force you to owe me, you can repay me by not betraying my expectations. Learn, study, practice and use that thing you have in yourself. Your potential. His words were intriguing, his speech long and his voice deadly serious, and Ichigo stared at Jingoro with an unfathomable expression. The teen could feel it. The one small spark of flame within his being. The tiny bit of hope that this world contained even a person like this. A person truly dedicated to his cause, somebody who was able to do something selfless for a stranger. Closing his eyes, he noticed a second spark inside of him, and a smile of disbelief forced the corners of his mouth upwards. He almost forgot. The person standing in front of him wasn't the only one who offered something to him without wanting anything back in return. There was also one raven-haired woman. She was a Shinigami, something he detested, and it was holding his sense of trust back from making a connection with her. However, hearing his instructor's words, a minuscule crack appeared in the shell that was hiding this sense. He looked up and changed the small smile into a neutral expression which still somehow radiated acceptance. Fine. Ichigo was leaving the area for the Ho-Ho class deep in thought. Since he had decided to accept Jingoro's offer, the man had explained it to him further. He would take care of the administration stuff, but it wouldn't be sooner than during the weekend. Until the end of this week, Ichigo would remain in the class he had been assigned to, and this way, Jingoro could see his skills from other areas too. Walking through the crowded corridor, Ichigo tuned out the sound of whispers from the students who recognized him, along with the rest of the voices, and reached to his pocket. He took out the map of the academy and squinted at it, trying to find the dining hall. He reached it not long after that, and the sight of the masses made him grimace. There were many students, too many for his tastes. It reminded him of the memories of Karakura High School he carried with him from his life in the human world. However, even those memories paled in comparison with this moment. Shino Academy provided tuition to a lot more students than his previous school ever did. Just the sheer space which the dining hall usurped was at least twice as big as the one at Karakura's high school. Small beads of sweat sprouted on his forehead, and the nauseous feeling in his stomach from the large crowd of people caused him to keep his head down. Hurriedly, he reached the counter and grabbed various food, and with one glance scanned the room for a nice and quiet place. Thankfully, there was one just like that. Sitting down at an old and abandoned table made for a small crowd, he sighed in relief. Nobody seemed to use this particular table, and so he could eat at least in some peace. But it took only few minutes when his right hand moved in a flash and he slapped away a thin arm reaching for his shoulder. His mouth full, he gulped the contents down before speaking. "Do not touch me." His words were aimed at a girl with long pink hair styled in pigtails, who was previously sneaking up on him, trying to place one of her hands on his shoulder. The girl widened her pink eyes and offered him a radiant smile. "Can I sit next to you, Kurosaka-san?" Pulling his hand back, Ichigo took a gulp from his glass, and without looking back he shook his head. "No." For an instant, the girl's smile changed into a dangerous grin before she walked around the teen and sat opposite of him at the same table. Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo gave her a short glare. "What's the point of asking if you're still going to sit?" he thought. "Why the glare, Kurosaka-san? I respected your wishes and didn't sit next to you," she said with a smile. Ichigo's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, but he decided to ignore the girl and continued to eat. He did it for a few more minutes, when he got an uncomfortable feeling in his gut. Looking up, he came face to face with the girl, who had been apparently directly staring at his face from the moment she sat down. She was sitting motionlessly, just staring at him. Her unwavering gaze, coupled with an odd glint in her eyes, made the uncomfortable feeling in the teen's gut grow larger and more uncomfortable. Forcing himself to stay calm, he put his hands on the table. "What?" His voice caused the girl to shake her head and blink in surprise. "Ah, sorry about that. I was just fascinated with the way you ate," she replied, hiding her embarrassed face behind her raised hands. Ichigo watched her with solemn eyes, his instinct telling him to leave the table. "She's weird." When he opened his mouth to try and make her leave, she beat him to it and spoke again. "I almost forgot, my name is Yuno, Kiraku Yuno." She introduced herself and offered him a hand, which he completely ignored. Instead, hearing her full name, the teen stopped eating completely. "Kiraku? Kiraku, where the hell did I hear that name before?" he wondered while Yuno kept her hand in the air, still waiting for a handshake. His mind ventured to a memory of him talking with Rukia and he mentally cursed. Right. The captain of the 8th Division is Shun something Kiraku. Great. Just great. With slouched shoulders he audibly sighed and scratched his forehead, frustration slowly creeping on his face. "So, what do you want?" Unexpectedly, the girl chuckled and repeatedly offered his the radiant smile again. Before she replied, she stood up and walked over the table. When she was behind him, she whispered to him from a close distance. "Nothing. I just came to introduce myself, Kurosaka-san. I have the feeling we'll meet again." Feeling a strange chill on his spine, Ichigo shuddered and massaged his ear, wiping the scent of the girl's breath from his skin. Her words, while not ominous, sounded rather strange and made him uneasy. The goosebumps on his arms were just the evidence of it. There was something about the girl he knew he didn't like but couldn't grasp the right word for it. Or maybe I'm too paranoid. He wondered grimly and glanced at the clock. Half of the break for lunch had already passed. Letting go of his thoughts about the girl, he once again became aware of the voices filling the large hall. His heart started to pump blood faster and the adrenaline he previously felt only when fighting rushed into his bloodstream. Pointing his sight at his meal, he took few slow, deep breaths in an attempt to calm himself down. Partially, it helped and he was able to gobble the rest of the food in a couple mouthfuls. But the tingling in his gut didn't completely disappear, and after a few more minutes, he dragged himself out, away from the large crowd. As he was passing through the entrance and headed towards the next class, he missed a pair of pink eyes intently staring at him from a respectable distance. With one knee on the ground, Ichigo coughed and spit some blood, letting bits of it drip from his chin. Growling in anger and self-dissatisfaction, he strained his muscles and willed himself to jump forward. Two blades met in a dance of sparks, illuminating the faces of the two combatants. One was Ichigo's very own face, twisted in resolve and a bit of pain. The other one was almost identical, but with a small distinction. Unlike Ichigo's, this one was twisted in a hysterical grin, thirsty for fight and bloodshedding. "You're slowly getting better, Ichigo," the Zanpakuto spirit exclaimed in a perversely satisfied tone before blowing Ichigo backwards with a swift kick. Following a crash of the body into the wall of a skyscraper, remnants of the rubble burst to all sides, revealing Ichigo's beaten figure. He was leaning on his sword, a series of short chuckles escaping his mouth. "But it's still not enough for you to tell me your name." The Zanpakuto spirit loudly laughed and lowered its blade. "Nah, we're just getting started. You're steadily improving, but the insatiable recklessness is still vibrating in your sword. You're too eager to know something you may not be ready to know," he said. Seeing that the fight was over, Ichigo let go of the weapon and fell on his ass, his stamina mostly spent. Ignoring the mess around him, he completely lay down and pressed his back onto the cold surface. "Too eager, huh?" he sighed. His albino copy jumped and landed next to him, his fingers twitching. Seeing you lie so comfortably makes it really hard to surpass my instincts telling me to chop you into pieces. Must resist." The spirit grabbed his arm with the other hand, preventing himself from reaching behind for his sword. But the dangerous grin never left his face. Sitting at the ground in a small distance of Ichigo's motionless figure, he spoke again. "Absolutely fucking sure you're too eager. Some Shinigami go even decades without knowing the name of their Zanpakuto, and you want to know mine after what, a week since we first met? And you think I'm a crazy bastard?" From his position on the ground, Ichigo scoffed, flinching a little when a pain shot through his abdomen. "Like you don't take pride in being a maniac." "Che, true." When Ichigo stayed silent for a while, his Zanpakuto spirit stood up. "Che, you're getting too comfy there, Ichigo. You should hurry up and get the hell out of here before I really start chopping you." The teen opened his eyes and nodded. From the short time he came to know his Zanpakuto spirit, he understood one thing. While the spirit was violent and crazy, he was also trying to push him into getting stronger. On the other hand, once he said something like that, it was a sign for Ichigo to leave his mindscape. It seemed as if the spirit had a limited amount of time he could remain sane enough to talk and behave at least a bit civilized when in the company of its wielder. One time Ichigo didn't get the hint, and only thanks to the mysterious old man he had survived. "I'm going." He closed his eyes again and let himself go of everything tying him to the place. As his consciousness was fading away, he heard one last thing. "You're getting good, Ichigo. Next time I'll have to release more of my power in order to kick your ass into fucking tomorrow. At this pace, soon enough, I'll maybe even let you take a first test for getting to know my name." Ichigo's eyes snapped open and a wheeze escaped his lips. He was back in his room, comfortably lying in the bed, covered in mild sweat from the exercise he underwent in his mindscape. Rubbing his stomach, his left eye twitched from a sudden pain when his finger touched an especially tender place. With his head raised, he saw a small bruise already forming on his skin. "Must be from the last kick," he muttered. From the clock hanging on the wall, he realized it was already night. Since he had returned from his classes, Ichigo apparently spent more than 2 hours in a combat within his mind. Thus, his second day at the academy was coming to an end. Similarly to the first one, even this day was full of surprising events. Thankfully, this time they were positive. Jangoro had dragged him aside even during the Hakuta class, and after witnessing Ichigo's skills in the close quarters combat firsthand, he had been only further convinced about his hypothesis. Ichigo truly was too good for the first-year curriculum. Taking a second shower of this day, Ichigo felt a little nervousness piling up within him. He was having his first Kido class in the morning. Normally, something like this wouldn't even budge him. A problem like this was almost non-existent next to the hardships he had faced during the long weeks spent fighting masses of enemies. However, the human mind is an extraordinary thing, and it can adapt to one's surroundings in a frightening speed, and so Ichigo's unconsciousness was back to its old days of Karakura's high school, when the fear of good grade was the only type of fear. Of course, nothing in life is easy, and this case was no different. The teen didn't just magically forget about the faces of men he had slaughtered, the amount of blood he had spilled, or the horrified cries of children used for God knows what. The images of his short journey in the afterlife still haunted his young mind. The picture of Kazumi's face still lingered on the back of his consciousness. His reflexes, his resolve to cleanse the soul society, his anger and bitterness at the whole system were still there. He still couldn't help himself but to reject any touch of a female. The memories of his last moments as a living human still forced him to grit his teeth. Alas, everything he had been through was still firmly encoded within his body and soul. But he was no longer living a survival game of life and death every day. He no longer spent his nights under the moonlight, with the sounds of nature waking him up in the morning. Right now, he was just another student living in a large dormitory. Now, his past ordeals resulted in large amounts of sweat whenever he had to enter a room filled with people, knots in his gut whenever somebody walked up to him from behind, and a degree of social awkwardness whenever a fellow student tried to talk to him. Drying himself with a towel, Ichigo suddenly felt it was enough, and so he grabbed his clothes, put them on, reached for his Zanpakuto and left the room. In a series of jumps and flashes of shunpo, he landed on a high roof of the academy where he could feel a cooling breeze on the skin of his face. The full moon glowed in the dark, allowing him to view the whole Siratii from his very position. There, he was alone, only the wind as his companion. He lay there with his eyes closed and let his thoughts wander. I'm afraid to be here, Kazumi. I have forgotten what it is to be a simple high school student. Is it even okay for me to be here? Aren't I trampling upon the mission I have set for myself with you? Am I allowed to live like this with the memories biting off chunks of my mind? Isn't there anything else I can do? Ichigo's eyebrows twitched in a suppressed annoyance as he tried to ignore the malicious chuckles coming from his classmates. They had finally discovered something in which the teen was quite incompetent, and because of this discovery, they had been greatly enjoying these past few minutes. So they hate me after only 2 days. A short remark flashed through the teen's mind. The small distraction proved fatal, and an invisible force pushed him backwards while the dummy in front of him broke into small pieces. Damn! He mentally cursed. I see. Well, I'm not really surprised at this development. Jingoro muttered with narrowed eyes and then sharply turned to the rest of his students. I suggest you lot stop laughing your asses off and continue practicing your Kido spells if you don't want me try my own ones on you. He exclaimed in a grumpy tone and raised one of his hands that started to glow in a menacing light. Staring at their instructor with fearful expressions, the students immediately scrambled and left the area around the teen. Jingoro glanced at him with a thoughtful expression and motioned him to walk a bit with him. Still disappointed with his inability to properly perform one of the most basic spells, Ichigo begrudgingly stood up and followed the larger man. Kido. Yes, as he had expected, Ichigo now knew just how difficult the delicate use of the flow of Riryoku for multiple different purposes could really be. Unlike in Hakuda, Zanjutsu, or even Hoho, using force was absolutely useless in Kido. And using force was what had helped Ichigo to survive until this day. So now, standing alongside his instructor, the two of them watched the rest of the students perform the first Kido spell from a broad category of numerous other ones. Heido number 1, Sho. When a good part of the students managed to passably execute it, Jingoro turned to the teen. Sho is the most basic spell in the Heido family of spells. It uses a small amount of the caster's Riryoku to produce a weak blast in a single direction. However, it uses a small amount of energy when we're talking about a normal student in this academy. It is a different thing with you, Kurosaki. Seeing the teen staring at the group of his classmates that managed to do a perfect show with a clenched jaw, he continued. What I'm saying, Kurosaki, is what you should already know. You possesses a lot more Riryoku than a simple student. From the readings during your entrance exam and from what my senses are telling me, your reserves are probably bigger than even mine. That is your problem. While having that much energy is almost never a problem, it becomes a one when you're trying to learn Kido. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Surprisingly, he heard a quiet chuckle, making him raise his eyebrows. I'm not ashamed. I'm just frustrated, that's all. Naturally, I knew from the start that my reserves would make it hard for me to learn Kido. However, I never expected it to be this difficult. It's like trying to hold water with your hands. I'm sure I understand the fundamental mechanics and principles behind it, the books were quite clear in listing them. I just can't handle it. The subtle flow of the energy, the delicate task of manipulating it, it all seemed like such a bother in a battle, when you have to fight for your life. It's easier just to slash with my sword or to crush with my fist. Ichigo stated, shifting his gaze from the students to the man. Gengoro silently stared at him for a long time before he called out to the students to switch back to practicing the Bakudo spell number 1, Sai. Watching them do as told, he spoke more quietly and addressed his words to the teen. It is easier. But what would you do if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat by merely using force or an enemy you can't overpower? Ichigo didn't reply. The older man had him and he knew it. Exactly. That is why the Kido spells exist. They do not serve as a primary combat technique for most of the Shinigami, but instead, they are mostly supplementary. We use them in the right moment. Yes, the Kido Corps uses them as the only way of fighting, but that's a completely different case. You don't have to worry about it that much, though. It's not like you have to know Kido perfectly in order to graduate from the academy. You'll have enough time to get your skill in it on the needed level. Gengoro continued in a more relaxed tone. I know that. Ichigo muttered. But you still want to be the very best like no one ever was. Gengoro heartily laughed and nudged the teen to move to the side. I know that you've been here only for 2 days, but I think I know your type. You want to hone your skills to the max, be it Zanjutsu, Kido or anything else. When he noticed the glare, he defensively raised his hands. Relax, I'm not trying to say something as cliché as, I know who you really are, or, I know that under that mask you're just. No, I don't know you. I don't know you past nor your future. I don't know what you've been through. I'm only saying there is a side to you that you share with a number of students I've taught so far. Because of that, let me give you one advice. He waited until the glare lessened and became only a light scowl before adding more. It seems rather obvious to me that Kido won't ever become your strength. You should focus on the other sides of your skill set. Hone your Zanjutsu, Ho-Ho, and Hakuda, things you like and prefer. Learn Kido at a different pace. Study it as a hobby, not as a compulsory subject. It just increase your stress and hinder your ability to better yourself. His mind full of new information, Ichigo wandered through the empty hall thinking back to his conversation with Gengoro. The man had said all those things as if it was easy to change yourself and just take it easy. Although it hadn't been as ridiculous idea as Ichigo had thought it would prove to be. After all, he had changed quite profoundly so far. Nevertheless, it was still an advice coming from a teacher, and Ichigo had never liked those. It still came as a surprise to him that he had accepted the man's offer to help him study with the upperclassmen. Because of that, listening to the second advice from the same person was pushing it too far. He couldn't argue with the logic behind it, but still. With a sigh, he rubbed his head. Maybe he was too stubborn, but that was just him being him. In the end he tried to relax in Ho-Ho class, and during the lunchtime he decided to attend to the optional Kido theory class following after that. And he was glad he did it. The class hadn't been tutored by a regular lecturer. Instead, as he had found out, it hosted a different expert in some area of Kido every 2 weeks. He didn't remember the name of the man who did it this time, but he provided the few students attending the lecture with a different insight to the arts of Kido. While it had been practically the same thing as what was written in the books, the man's interpretation of the information gave birth to a different seed of thought inside Ichigo's mind. He could almost picture the next time he would practice the show spell. His legs carrying him towards his room, he didn't notice the group of students slowly surrounding him from all sides. It was only when they collectively raised their Ryutsu his senses finally alerted him to their presence. He ignored them and moved forward, leaving an audible sigh in his wake, to reach them with its nonsensical irritation. Oi, oi, oi. Kurosaki. We heard you have caused quite a ruckus getting admitted to this academy just like that. Stealing a spotlight for yourself, Tora. Ichigo stopped walking and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. He knew people like that. They were nothing new to him. Situations like this used to happen in his past. He used to get provoked like this because of the color of his hair when people assumed he was a delinquent and tried to take him down. But this was a bit different. He was no longer simple human student, and these were not simple bullies. Studying the group, he noticed a few rather expensive-looking accessories. Nobles, huh? And from the looks of it, first years mixed with upperclassmen. He quickly assessed the situation. He didn't have his Zanpakuto with him. Neither did them. The group consisted of 8 teens, all of them male. Good. Not like I have any problem hitting a girl. We really don't like new students like that. Poor them, they don't know the rules around here just yet. I suppose you're here to educate me? Ichigo grunted without a hint of fear. That's right. We heard rumors about you, Tora, but frankly, rumors tend to go overboard. Because of that, the filth from the Rokanga hail you as some sort of a hero. Fucking animals. Ichigo's mouth twitched and he felt the familiar feeling creeping out from the bottom of his stomach. We can't have that. It would give them wings they don't need to. You dirty lot need to learn there is no place for you in the Siratii. We all know that you're just another weak-ass faggot who thinks he's a hero because he managed to luckily beat some weaklings. Ichigo cracked his neck joints and swallowed some of his emotions. Well, it looks like this weak-ass faggot is going to beat more weaklings. Or is it you wanted to greet me so much that there are 8 of you? He retorted with a dark chuckle. What are you? Fucking bastard. Hearing a roar closing on him from behind, Ichigo ducked under a wide swipe and, spinning around, let out a punch to the stomach. The sudden action momentarily surprised the others, but when they saw him motioning them to coma at him, they growled. Ichigo prepared himself to intercept their attacks when a cold riot suppressed on all of them, incapacitating the group and causing the teen to sigh. He remembered the feel of this riot, so I recommend all of you to return to your rooms if you don't want me to report this. As he heard the group yelling in surprise at the newcomer, Ichigo sighed, feeling the adrenaline slowly leaving his system. It left him with a bead of sweat on his forehead that he wiped while calling out to the person. What are you doing here, Kukaki Rukia? The raven-haired Shinigami walked up to him with a small smile while putting his sword back to its sheath. Nothing much, I just figured you'd want to leave the academy for a while. Thinking back to everything that had already taken place during his short time in the academy, Ichigo suppressed the urge to instantly rebuke her offer and instead only heavily sighed. Funnily enough, an idea to leave this place for a while had been pressing on him from the back of his unconsciousness for a few hours. All the whispering, the looks, the rumors, and most importantly, all these crowds of people had been very taxing on the teen's patience. Yeah, okay, fine. Give me a minute. I need to put these back to my room. He pointed at his books. With a small smile playing on her lips, Rukia followed him, neither of them seeing the group of bullies getting beaten up behind the corner. It was too dark there. The only thing barely visible were pink pigtails swinging in a rhythm of the beatdown. At first, Ichigo had thought the people would be surprised to see an academy student sitting in a tavern. His eyes passed the others as he studied the room, but it seemed the Shinigami were ignoring him. The only pair of eyes firmly staring at him belonged to Rukia. So? How is it? The student's life. Ichigo blinked. He didn't realize it before, but the person sitting across the table was almost a completely different person he last saw 3 days ago. Gone was the anxious, uneasy expression from her face she had been showing ever since the two of them met. Now, she looked relaxed, the smile on her face appearing to be an honest one. She was eager in her questions, interested in hearing his answers. The transformation was truly amazing, and for a moment, the teen thought she had gotten a whole century younger. It has its pros and cons, but basically, it's the same thing as the high school in the Karakura, in the human world. Only the things we learn are more interesting. Rukia was nodding all the while he talked, the smile never leaving her face. Who's your chief instructor? Is Gengoro-san still there? Ichigo scoffed. Yeah, he is. You have him. Rukia perked up. Yeah, and he's, I want to say, a pain in the ass, but he's got some good points. Ah yes, he talks too freaking much, obnoxious son of a, he taught you too. The petite woman chuckled but replied negatively. No, but he taught a group of my friends. Ah, there goes her smile. Ichigo observed. It didn't really interest him, but the sudden change in her expression unconsciously embedded itself into his unconsciousness. He would remember it the next time he'd meet her friends. Now enough about this, we're not such good friends that we could exchange many pleasantries. Was there a development with the case? Did your brother interrogated, what? He asked when Rukia inexplicably smiled again. She just waved her hand and motioned him to continue. She didn't dare to point it out in fear he would instantly deny or correct it. However, even that small slip of the tongue managed to improve her mood and made her quite happy again. He said the two of them weren't such good friends, but then again it implied he considered them to be at least some sort of friends. Was that slip deliberate? She couldn't know and she didn't care. Bringing her sense back to the conversation, she nodded to him. The two Shinigami we captured were sent to the maggot's nest and are awaiting an interrogation. Nii-sama contacted and informed the captains of the 2nd and 8th Division about what had happened. Waiting for more information, Ichigo silently stared at her for a while longer before recoiling in a mixture of surprise and disappointment. That's all? It's been 3 days. Well, it takes time in cases like this to arrange the dates, and the investigation could take even months till the completion. Don't worry though, Nii-sama won't let this case go cold. But as I said, it may take some time. She tried to placate him and continued. Moreover, if things will go as planned and this case will raise enough sparks, it may even be brought into the attention of the Central 46. At that point, there is no doubt in my mind that the two of us wouldn't get brought in to give a testimony. Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo took a gulp from his glass. I'm looking forward to it. In the future, he would come to regret these words. Chapter 6, Soul Healing, The Rain Full of Memories. The following weekend was fairly calm and peaceful, and Ichigo spent it mostly locked inside of his room, immersed in books containing everything that had caught his interest. It was a nice way of relieving all the stress he had built up so far. And what interested him the most was the Siridi and the entirety of the Soul Society. He was certain he would learn all those things in classes, but one could never be fully sure. That is how he found out about the specifications he previously wasn't familiar with. For example, Soul Society being a dimension similar to the world of the living in a sense that the latter was covering the surface of the earth while the former was covering something similar. Obviously, it was Earth too, however, with some minor differences. The whole space was cramped on a much smaller area, reaching almost 6,500 kilometers in circumference, making the surface to be about 3 times smaller than the moon. For probably anybody else this was quite a useless information, but for Ichigo, it was not. Scanning through the rest of the book's chapter, he gradually became aware just how large the afterlife really was. It was quite simple. Going from Siridi towards the outer parts of the Rokanga, the districts were getting larger and larger until the 40th, which was the largest. Then they were getting smaller and smaller until the last district, the 80th, with every 80th district connected together. That was why it had taken him and Kazumi only about a week to travel from each 80th district to another on foot, while it took him and Rukia slightly longer to reach Siridi even when going in a straight line and using Shunpo. He was now, even more than before, convinced that such a large area was impossible to control or monitor with only a bit over 3,000 Shinigami. Not to mention that Shinigami's main job was to perform a ritual called Kinso on souls of humans, who recently passed away. That was why most of the unranked Shinigami spent their days routinely traveling from Soul Society to the world of the living, to ensure souls come passing on. Additionally, their job also consisted of defending them and others from hollows. And the world of the living was a whole lot bigger place than the Soul Society. He also found the specifications of Siridi, which was basically a city on its own. Actually, reaching nearly 200 kilometers in diameter, it was more of a country than a simple city. The area was practically 1/10 of a whole Japan. It took Ichigo a few moments to absorb such an information. After reading that, he skimmed through the rest of the chapters in that book. It proved to be quite useful, even though data in them were mostly same as those which Rukia had already told him about. But still, they were more detailed. Such as the accurate description of Soul Society's government, describing a shady figure called the Soul King as the highest ruler. He was a being? Ichigo was not sure about it, as the book itself was quite unsure in how to refer to this Soul King persona. It was because he commonly left the running of Soul Society to the Central 46 chambers and nobles and lived in the Royal Palace, a separate dimension in the very core of Soul Society, and such. Nobody had actually seen him in ages. Nobility, and especially the 4 great noble houses, were described right on the next page. There, he found the name Kukaki. It was an eye-opener for Ichigo, to see all of which had happened in this particular noble house. His eyes quickly flew over most of the words but slowed down when he got to house's history. He had to stop when he got to the current head of the house, Kukaki Byakuya. There was little to read about him, but what there was enough for Ichigo to realize he may have been too hasty in judging the young captain. There was also something written about the rest of the great noble houses, along with the lower ones. At the end, the book mentioned a Shiba house, which was for some reason no longer considered to be a great noble house despite being so in the past. He then proceeded to read about the Central 46 and began to skim through Shinigami laws and corresponding punishments for not abiding by them when a yawn told him to get a rest. Closing the book, he leaned to the right and smoothly slid from the chair and onto his bed, where he turned around to lay on his back. With a jerk, he pushed his hand against a side of his head and heard a satisfying crack inside his neck that loosened up the stress within. While enjoying the silence, he mentally went back to what Gengoro had informed him about, early in the Saturday's morning. It seemed that the instructor was really enthusiastic about Ichigo and was able to clear administration stuff needed for the change in Ichigo's classes truly fast. Even Ichigo was impressed. In his opinion, it was pretty rare for a teacher to do something for a student with such care. As it stood now, even though his schedule would remain the same, Ichigo was going to have classes with different students. His Zanjutsu class was going to be with 5th-year students. Despite being impressed, Gengoro deemed it too soon for Ichigo to join 6th-year students right away. Skillful with a blade, Ichigo mostly used quick wit and stuck only to those lessons he learned with Kazumi, and Gengoro noticed it. He wanted him to learn everything the academy could offer him first, before moving on and using his own style. Ichigo didn't really protest, he was fine with it. Next was Hakuta class with 6th-year students. Here, Gengoro had no objections. By now, Ichigo had most of his memories back, and even if he had not, his muscle memory for fighting he had achieved during his days in karate dojo and times when he had to defend himself against punks who mistook him for a delinquent was still there. Because of that, he had little trouble sparring with most students. However, as Gengoro pointed out, 6th-year students were being taught mixed martial arts, which could prove to be a challenge even to Ichigo. It was a low level of what the 2nd division, and mainly, its captain, used for fighting. Ho-Ho was the class where Ichigo was going to be with 4th-year students. Originally, Gengoro planned him to be with 5th-year students but decided to lower the level. Ichigo was fast and had a large stamina, but his control over his flash steps lacked a certain finesse. Kido and the rest of the theoretical classes were to remain with 1st-year students, as Ichigo had no real talent for the former. When Ichigo asked what the point of having an accelerated class if even that proved to be too easy for some students was, he received a simple answer. There were gifted students before him, like Ichimaru Jin, Shiba Kyan, or Hitsugaya Toshiro, but students like that were exceedingly rare, and the rest of excellent students were far behind them, the accelerated class being enough for most of them. It would have been a waste of resources to create an extra accelerated class if only one student in a decade could attend it. That was the reason why students like him, along with Ichimaru Jin, Shiba Kyan, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, had been simply put in classes with their upperclassmen. Well, can't argue with that, Ichigo thought. The rest of the weekend was filled with more reading, but also with sparring in his mindscape against his Zanpakuto spirit. It always left him well spent and in a slightly better mood. At first it made him perplexed, even anxious, knowing that fighting could relax him like that. Nowadays, he let go of such thoughts. It was just not worth getting excited over. If his Zanpakuto spirit was a representation of his own soul, then Ichigo realized a revelation like that shouldn't have really surprised him. The spirit did look battle-hungry all the time, after all. Their spars even went so well that Ichigo was getting close to receive a permission to fight for a part of his Zanpakuto's name. Though, he didn't know when exactly. The spirit refused to say so. Speaking of fighting, Ichigo wondered and scratched his nose. The group of students who had ganged up on him on Friday's evening apparently received a beating from somebody, and hence they were forced to spend the weekend at the academy's infirmary. Each student refused to tell who did that to them, but they all quickly stated it was not Ichigo. Too quickly. As per Gengoro's words, Ichigo began the new week by training with his upperclassmen, and it quickly paid off. The following 3 weeks had passed for the orange-haired teen in a flash. The incident with envious and malevolent group of students never repeated itself again. There were still a lot of stares and glares, but those who didn't like him rarely approached him again and were mostly satisfied with just scowling at him from a distance. Then there was another thing coming at him from a distance. Ichigo realized it a week later, but there was apparently somebody who really liked to stalk him from shadows. It's not like he had any evidence that could back up this claim, but the cold feeling in his guts was enough for the teen. He was sure of it. Every day after the classes ended, when he returned back to his room, he could feel a presence hiding out of his sight, somebody who just watched him walk. Once or twice he had tried to catch that person, call out to him, but nobody had ever responded. After he had become a bit proficient in Ryutsu sensing, just enough for him to sense a person close by, he had tried to feel the stranger's spiritual energy, but to no avail. Whoever was stalking him was good at lowering his Ryutsu to the point where Ichigo's skills were useless. But, since that mysterious person had never attempted to do him any harm and had just resorted on watching him, he had left it like that. Either way, he was confident that he could defend himself in case the person ever came out of hiding. Like the first Friday evening, Ichigo had spent each subsequent one in Rukia's company inside the tavern, where she had always informed him on every news about the case. However, it was all proceeding extremely slowly, making the news scarce and short. The only thing calming the teen down was the fact that Rukia's brother, Kukaki Byakuya, was still very much active in trying to push the matter forward and convince the Central 46 that it was a viable case worth conducting an investigation. It was almost as if the man had taken the offense of one of his men participating at such deeds personally. Coupled with what Ichigo had read about him, the teen began to feel the captain could be of real help. Another thing about these recent developments was Rukia itself. Ichigo couldn't help but notice just how much she had changed since the first time he had met her in the Soul Society, or even in the world of the living. She no longer had bags under her eyes, her skin was no longer so pale, her eyes reflected a lot less pain and anxiety, and generally, she looked really better, healthier. He was almost inclined to say she was looking pretty, but he did not. Such a statement could cause a misunderstanding for sure. She was a lot more cheerful, her smile that had been very rare in the past, was appearing on her face more often, and she was even able to look him in the eyes without him seeing the guilt written all over her face. Occasionally, she visited him even in the middle of the week, just to talk for short moments but without appearing too pushy. It got to the point where Ichigo was able to endure a fleeting touch of her hand and lacked the urge to slap it right away. He did not lose his color, he didn't shudder, and all in all, he didn't feel like reliving bad memories. Though, he still preferred her not touching him at all, but not so much that he would actively try to avoid it. However, the most important thing that had happened over the course of those 3 weeks was something completely different, and it was related solely to Ichigo himself. His monstrous Shinigami potential. Truly, there were no other words to describe it, and even most of the teachers at the academy began to use this word when trying to illustrate Ichigo to others in their conversations, whether private or public. It was quite ironic because some of them had been actually opposed to the idea of him studying with upperclassmen when Gengoro first came with it. But it had taken only something more than 20 days for the teen to convince them of the opposite, even though he hadn't been trying to do that. His plan to quietly graduate the academy wasn't meant to be fulfilled, not when he had caught up the interest of so many people. Under the tutelage of his teachers and instructors, Ichigo was rising in power at such a speed, it made a large part of the academy unsure of what kind of monster he was. They just couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation to his accelerated growth, and that was what scared some of them. It may have sounded stupid to Ichigo, but he just couldn't understand just how much he stood out next to his peers. In only 3 weeks his Ryutsu alone had risen from his previous level to a level comparable with a high-ranked officer. Ichigo had written that off as a result of the often sparring with his Zanpakuto spirit, where he was slowly becoming capable of pressuring the spirit and forcing it to use more and more of its power, hence, allowing Ichigo to reclaim his own power as well. It got to the point where he had been forced to undertake a few special classes where he had been taught how to tone down his Ryutsu at least while in classes. Such a thing wasn't easy for somebody who didn't really know what his final limit was, but in the end, after long hours of practice, he had finally managed to do it. Even though only partially. Not to be mistaken, Ichigo's Ryotsu was still inferior to the top officers in Godi 13, but unlike them, who kept their energy in check, Ichigo was leaking a constant amount of Ryotsu to his surroundings. The amount was enough to interfere with other students' ability to concentrate on studying, training or practicing virtually anything. After all, most of them had the reserves barely equal to unranked officers or even lower. Being in hours-long presence of Ichigo wear them off fairly quickly. Therefore, Ichigo had to learn how to control his energy, and so his most recent accomplishment was the ability to suppress his Ryotsu to the point where it was only on a level of a low-ranked officer, but even then, he was able to maintain it only for the duration of classes. When the lessons ended and he returned to his room, his Ryotsu restored itself to its normal levels. But Ryotsu alone wasn't all that prompted the teachers to hail him as a prodigy. His Zanjutsu prowess increased to the point where studying even with fifth-year students became quite obsolete and too easy for him. Same thing had happened in Hoho and Hakuta classes. More so in Hoho, where he augmented the speed of his Shunpo to the point where he appeared as a blur even to his upperclassmen. His longest Shunpo was enhanced to almost twice of his previous record, and he was able to continuously keep using high-speed movements for several minutes. Hakuta was coming along nicely too, though there was so much to learn that even for Ichigo it would take another few months before he could claim he mastered everything. His Kido was still bad, but there was one difference. Ichigo had listened to Gengoro's advice and had started to treat Kido more as a hobby than something he desperately needed to learn, and this kind of an approach had resulted in a small discovery. Just for the fun of it, he had tried to do the complete opposite of what the academy taught the students and had attempted to perform a higher level Kido. Obviously, on his first try he had blown it and had almost destroyed a part of the training grounds where students were allowed to train outside of their classes. His instinct tingled though. He felt that despite the spell blowing up, he was already doing better than before. It took him a long time, but at the end of the 3 weeks' time, he had finally successfully performed his first Kido spell, a Heido number 63, Reikoho. He was unable to use it without an incantation and it sometimes failed, but even then the accomplishment was unbelievable. For a first-year student to perform a high-level Kido of such caliber? Yes, definitely unbelievable. Therefore, Ichigo had decided to keep it a secret, as he didn't want any more attention. All in all, his skills were progressing greatly, and even those who loathed the teen had been forced to admit that the rumors about him had been not false. He had actual skills to back up any claim. Though, that did not mean he suddenly became all popular. Those who had hated him, envied him, or simply didn't like him, mostly offspring of nobles, still did just that. Students from Rokanga, who had idolized him even before he came to the academy, still loved him. The rest of the students, who were indifferent to him, remained as such. But it was not meant to be, for Ichigo to live through such a long time without being forced into some sort of an incident, and so, after 3 weeks, he heard somebody loudly yelling his name somewhere at the entrance of the academy. It was Wednesday and Ichigo was leaving the training grounds for Zanjutsu class with a small frown, so very much characteristic for him, when his ears overheard some commotion somewhere near the main desk. Clicking his tongue, the teen turned to leave. His mood wasn't very bright, courtesy of the Kido lessons earlier that day, and he didn't really want to get caught up into something, but then he heard an unknown and loud male voice. "Why is it such a problem, damn it? I just want to see Kurosaki Ichigo." Ichigo's eyebrows twitched. He didn't recognize the voice, but from the tone it was obvious its owner was getting quite fed up with the female clerk, who was apparently trying to mumble something. The teen stopped walking and took a deep breath. "Nothing to see here, just move along, Ichigo. I smell trouble," he thought, as if trying to mentally remind himself not to create pointless trouble. The attention he was receiving so far was enough. Settling on ignoring the voice, his legs regained their movement when he heard a loud exclamation. "Oi! Kurosaki Ichigo!" Ichigo didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling the man had found him and was now directly calling out to him. With a heavy sigh, he turned around. Yep, trouble indeed. He saw a young-looking Shinigami with long crimson hair kept in a high ponytail walking towards him at a brisk pace with the expression of a pissed-off lion. It was just a first impression, but Ichigo decided he didn't really like the man. As he got closer to Ichigo, the teen narrowed his eyes. The amount of Ryotsu the stranger possessed and the amount which was pouring out of him was too great for him to be some simple officer. What's going on? You're Kurosaki Ichigo, right? The man asked after stopping right in front of Ichigo, who subconsciously took a step back, keeping up his personal space. It's common courtesy to state your name before asking for one, he said evenly. The man blinked, not anticipating such a response, before frowning. I'm Abarai Renji, lieutenant of the 6th Division. Now, are you Kurosaki Ichigo or not? Ichigo raised an eyebrow. A lieutenant from the Kukaki Byakuya's division asking for him? Was there some kind of development in the case? If so, why wasn't Rukia informing him? I am. Was there some development on the case? What case? Ichigo blinked when the man took a double take, visibly confused. His body stiffening, the teen took a cautious stance. The man's, Renji's, face suddenly lit up. Oh, right, I remember now, but no. Come with me. He turned around, motioning Ichigo to follow him, but the teen had no intention on following him. No, thanks. Unless you tell me what's going on, I'm not going anywhere. Over his shoulder, Renji glanced at him with irritation clearly embedded into his face. It's nothing serious, just follow me. Why should I? Renji growled. You know, you're awfully rude for a student. If a higher-ranking officer tells you to come, you go with him. I don't really care if you're a lieutenant or a captain. I don't trust Shinigami, so unless you tell me where we're going, I'm not moving an inch. Ichigo retorted with a scowl. Deciding it was enough big scene, as students were slowly gathering around them, whispering and muttering to each other, Renji took a step back and grabbed the teen's hand. I said we're going. Kindly remove your hand from mine unless you don't want to lose it, punk. Ichigo stated in a low, threatening tone, causing Renji to grimace. What did you call me, brat? I said you're a punk. Got a problem with that? They both growled and literally butted their heads. Call me punk one more time, brat, and I swear I'll chop you into little pieces. Wow, I'm scared shitless, lieutenant of the punk division. Just tell me, what the hell do you want? Renji looked like he was about to explode and his face reddened. Ichigo was preparing himself to fight, when he felt the man's hand leaving his. I can't say. Stop being so difficult, brat. I just want to talk about Rukia. That deflated a bit of Ichigo's anger and he looked at the man with surprise written all over his face. What about her? Renji sighed. Will you come with me? I swear it's nothing bad and I'm not planning to do anything to you. If I did, Rukia would kick me in the balls, again. Ichigo barely heard the last part as Renji muttered it quietly and with a pained expression, but seeing the man's red face, it finally hit him. He's embarrassed? What the hell does he want to talk about? He wondered, but, looking around at the wildly whispering students, he sighed and nodded. Fine, lead the way. Ichigo wanted to snort really loud. The misunderstanding had been too great. But he did not, even if for the mild pity he felt towards the guy sitting opposite of him. His face was no longer flushed, but the embarrassment was still very much there, as obvious from his red ears. The two of them, Ichigo and Renji, were currently at the tavern the teen became quite accustomed to, due to the regular visits with Rukia and a decently polite waiters. So let me get this straight. All you wanted from me was to thank me for cheering up Rukia. Renji raised his glass and took a gulp of beer, purposely averting Ichigo's moderately amused stare. It may sound insignificant to you, but it's really important to me. I have known her for decades, but ever since, well, she's been really gloomy for some time now. She usually hid it quite well, but failing to save you was the last straw for her and it became painful to just look at her. That's why her state right now, when she's able to even smile and laugh, is something I'm extremely grateful for. What I'm trying to say is that I owe you one, Kurosaki Ichigo. He said, taking a long while to do so as he had obvious troubles putting his emotions into words. He struggled really hard, causing Ichigo to swallow the urge to make fun of him. If the matter was important enough for a lieutenant to thank an academy student and he did it quite humbly, then it was not a place for jokes. He couldn't even play the "it was nothing" card. That would have been almost offending, and even though Ichigo had been quite desensitized after everything that had occurred since his passing away, even though he became accustomed in dealing roughly with strangers, even though he was emotionally distant, he still had his moments when hidden parts of his character came to light. That meant he was still capable of being polite and sympathetic. Giving himself some time to form a reply, he sipped the lemonade from his own glass and one more time studied the man in front of him. He still looked like a troublesome fellow, with his tribal tattoos peeking from under the bandana on his head and from under his clothes. They seemed to continue on most of his upper body. His eyes gave an impression of a fierce person, capable of killing on an order. A punk but also a fighter. Ichigo thought, this time putting a bit more respect into his thoughts. For the first time he met a Shinigami who looked like a proper one. Not the sorry excuses he had met in the past few weeks, Rukia not counting. Also, from his words, from what he told Ichigo about Rukia, the teen was almost sure of one thing. Renji cared about Rukia. In what sense, Ichigo didn't dare to guess. They may have been friends, lovers, he didn't know and didn't even particularly care. The important thing was, Renji cared, and that was good enough for the teen. There was obviously something more going on as he noticed the regret in Renji's eyes whenever he mentioned Rukia's name, but the man said nothing. That was also good enough. Ichigo didn't like others prying secrets from him, and so he wasn't going to be a hypocrite. Good, I'll remember it for when I'll get in heavy trouble. Renji finally looked the teen into eyes and gave him an almost imperceptible grin. You do that. At last, Ichigo let out the snort and took another gulp of lemonade. They quietly sat for a few minutes before Renji, now evidently looking calmer and more relaxed, flashed a large grin. But know this, Kurosaki Ichigo. Since you're her friend, I will kick your ass into hell if you'll make her cry. You could try, punk. And I would, brat. Ichigo was really glad his Zanpakuto spirit finally behaved like a reasonable person, even if it lasted only for one single simple and short sentence. Well, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, and so he quickly complied with the offer. The point was, the slightly insane spirit decided it was finally time for Ichigo to go through round 1, as he called it. In reality, it meant he deemed the teen worthy of knowing a part of his name. Ichigo wasn't really sure how that worked. How could you know a part of somebody's name? However, he did not question it and instead, felt a bit of excitement. The reasonable part of what the spirit said was that he chose the night from Friday to Saturday to do this, which was a lot better option than the previous one, in the middle of the week. Now, if things went south, he would at least have the weekend to recuperate. Keeping this in mind, he left the regular meeting with Rukia a bit sooner and, once in the room, he lay down on the bed and entered his mindscape. Ichigo's mindscape. Okay, what's going on? Ichigo nervously stared at his Zanpakuto spirit, who, instead of a crazy grin, sported an unsatisfied grimace. Next to him stood the older man in black cloak, who usually watched the duo's regular spars from a distance, acting only when the spirit lost his cool. Unlike the mirrored version of Ichigo, the old man's expression was one of a calm and quite collected person. The Zanpakuto spirit clicked his tongue. Che, this time, you will fight him and not me, just the thought of that rubs me the wrong fucking way. The teen raised an eyebrow and glanced from the old man to the spirit. I thought I was going to learn a part of your name. The Zanpakuto spirit grimaced again and, slapping himself on the face, he shook his head. He stood up and began to walk away, only to stop and put his hand on the old man's shoulder. You tell him, I'm so not in the mood for explaining this shit, and old man, don't go easy on him. Despite the sunglasses covering the old man's eyes, Ichigo could see the movements of his face and knew the man closed his eyes. Do not worry, I will do what's necessary. Okay, I'm really not liking this so far. Ichigo mentally noted, but kept his sense of curiosity suppressed when the old man moved forward. Ichigo, listen to me and listen to me well. Ichigo subconsciously gulped. The tone of the man's voice sounded too fatherly to him, like he was a little boy about to get lectured for something bad he did. There is a reason for me being here, in this mindscape of yours together with your Zanpakuto spirit. It is because I am a part of your soul just as much as he is, because I am a part of your strength, your power, just as much as he is. You differ from other Shinigami because your potential is limitless. You can break the boundaries of reality, warp your soul to match even the most powerful beings in this world. There is no real upper limit to your hidden power. If all of your soul is united, there is nothing you cannot achieve, we cannot achieve. But for that to happen, you have to understand your power and with it, understand your own self. Until you can reach the heavens and tear them apart, you will undergo many trials, some easy, some hard, some heart-wrenching, some heart-warming. Your will and resolve will be tested, your bonds will shake, but in the end you will preserve. Because that's just who you are. It is in your heart, in that thing that keeps us all from falling into the lion's den. The man's lengthy monologue was met with Ichigo's gaze of steel, an expression that rose to his face while intently listening. You may not understand what I told you now, but in time, you will. What is important at this moment, is that my defeat is what will push you forward. You have already abandoned your fears and looked forward. You know when to move forward and never stop. You know you'll age if you pull back and you'll die if you hesitate. That is all I ever wanted you to learn. Now, there is little I can teach you with words. All that is left is for us to cross blades and talk with the steel of our swords. Take your blade, Ichigo, take it and win. If you cannot, you will die by my hands. If you die by my hands, you lose everything, but I will not regret it. Ichigo felt a chill traveling within his spine and shooting to all of his limbs. The words coming from the man's mouth were cutting into the very core of his being. They were harsh yet gentle. Like words of a mentor. Swords appeared in their hands. Both of them the same on a first glance, but so different when gripped tightly. With a jump, the struggle began. Holy shit! Ichigo's mind could think of only one thing when he felt himself almost getting blasted backwards from the sheer pressure behind the man's attack. Only thanks to the numerous spars with his Zanpakuto spirit was he able to make the energy peacefully flow over his blade. Still, his feet sunk into the concrete ground of the skyscraper they were fighting on. Having no other choice, he jumped in the air and rolled. He landed in a genuflection, his sword resting on his shoulders, ready to fight, and gazed upon the old man. This is not going to be easy. What are you doing, Ichigo? One strike and your knee is already touching the ground. Get up. A calm voice called out to him, yet it felt like a yell from a superior officer. Don't worry, old man. I'm just getting started. Their blades met an instant later, showering both of them with a splash of glowing sparks, and Ichigo's hands shook. Not giving an inch of space to the man, he let his sword slide down and slashed upwards immediately after that. His attempt at surprising his opponent was not met with success, and he was forced to clench his muscles when he received a hilt to the abdomen. It almost knocked the wind out of him, but he refused to get pushed back. Putting all of his weight onto his left foot, he used the power of the blow to spin himself around to create another slashing attempt at the man's head. The sound of metal clashing against another metal caused him to quickly crouch down and watch as a few strands of his hair fell down in front of him. The old man kept his promise to the Zanpakuto spirit and was definitely not holding back. The teen's grip on the sword tightened. Spinning himself, he tried to swipe the man's legs but ended rolling away when the sharp weapon descended upon his outstretched leg. Appearing in a small distance away from his opponent, Ichigo felt the sweat on his forehead building up. This old man, he's amazing. I can't hit him at all. He ignored his pride and grinned. This fight was not going to be boring. Forget boring, this is the best fight I had in my whole life. Ichigo thought and leaned backwards. The tip of his opponent's sword lightly grazed his clothes, but, despite not injuring him, the teen was already covered with blood from the many cuts he had received so far. Funnily enough, he completely ignored all of them, suppressed any pain he could feel from them, and just concentrated on fighting. This fight was different from all those battles he had with Shinigami, different from the spars with his Zanpakuto spirit. They were all hasty, full of rushing towards your opponent, full of openings that both sides ignored, and full of raw power. What was happening right now was something else. It was not about pushing as hard as you could. It was about precision, fluency of the rhythm between strikes, about strategy, using your intelligence when staring into the face of your potential demise, and about using your whole soul to win over somebody vastly superior. For a teen, who had achieved victory in most of his fights so far using only parts of these, it was without a doubt, the hardest battle ever. The old man's careful swordsmanship left practically not even one narrow opening to exploit. His sword did not fly all over the place, and he didn't try to chop his enemy into pieces. All strikes coming from his blade were meant to slowly exhaust, make the opponent lose his focus from all the blood loss, from the pain within those numerous throbbing injuries, and to simply drive him insane from the inability to successfully counterattack. However, his words before the fight began were slowly coming into life. Ichigo's potential was truly unrivaled, and after almost an hour, the teen became so accustomed in dealing with him that the man was unable to open his skin in a wound anymore. Their movements became synchronized, their blurry strikes clashed against each other in a satisfying melody of metal grinding, and the old man had to fight himself, else he would smile from the sense of content. "Oi, old man, it's time." The voice of the Zanpakuto spirit was carried all the way to two of them, and Ichigo cautiously jumped backwards when the old man stopped attacking. Yes, it seems it is indeed the time. The false sense of security almost got to Ichigo, but he hastily raised his sword again when the man attacked him again. But before the teen could voice his thoughts, the man opened his mouth. "Ichigo, we have been fighting for some time now. Do you realize why?" Ichigo, busy with blocking the quick jabs, grunted. "Beats me." A powerful hit caused him to stumble, and he barely dodged a swipe at his torso. "Answer truthfully, Ichigo. I know you are not as blind as to not see what is going on here. Then give me a minute to dash." "No. Do it while we fight." Staring at the man in disbelief, Ichigo scoffed and deftly sidestepped an obvious strike at his left side. "Fine." It took him a few more minutes before he could control the fight well enough to allow his voice to come out. "I was supposed to learn a part of my Zanpakuto's name, but I've been fighting you all this time. True, I didn't get everything you said to me at the beginning, but one thing was always quite clear: you want me to realize, to notice something from this battle. You said, you were a part of me same as my Zanpakuto is, meaning, you represent a part of my soul. So, this is just a method of teaching me this part of myself," he said in between the blows and attacks. His breathing got a bit strained, the man began to push even harder. "Indeed. I ask you now, Ichigo. Do you have an answer yet?" Ichigo gritted his teeth. He did not have it. He didn't know it for sure. He remained silent for a while. "Think, Ichigo. Remember all that you have learned from Zanpakuto, all that he showed you, told you, everything you have went through so far." A hilt to the shoulder caused the teen to spin around and watch as a few more strands of his hair fall down. "There is a clear difference between me and your Zanpakuto. Not just in personality." Ichigo panted and renewed his grip on the sword. He frowned deeply. "No shit, old man. That albino maniac fights like a beast while you fight like a cold-blooded fighter. You never falter, never show an emotion. All of your moves are calculated, and you never leave the boundaries you set for yourself. You are a complete opposite of my Zanpakuto." As he thought all of it, Ichigo's eye twitched. Could it be? He sailed through the air in a series of somersaults and landed behind the man. "You have finally found an answer, Ichigo. I can see it in your eyes. Say it." Ichigo took a deep breath. "Are you my sanity?" In a distance, a cackling laughter came out of the white spirit. "Very close, Ichigo. I am your reason. That part of you that keeps the beast within you, restricts it, and prevents you from going berserk. I am the part that has been helping you through your whole life." The old man stated with an approving nod. Ichigo exhaled and sat down. "I see. So, is this it?" He rolled to the side in a shock when the old man's sword flew towards his jewels. "What the f dash? Just knowing who I am is not enough, Ichigo. You have to accept me as a part of your soul." The deadly clam voice interrupted Ichigo's loud exclamation, and the teen narrowed his eyes. "Fine, I accept you. You really thought it would be that easy? Fucking hell, my sides are in orbit." The Zanpakuto spirit called out to the teen, howling from laughter. For his part, the old man remained stoic, even if the corners of his mouth twitched. "Then how am I supposed to do it?" Ichigo yelled, red from embarrassment. "Understanding is accepting, Ichigo. Understand your own reason." The fight began anew, this time the old man giving Ichigo no time to even take a deep breath. Shit, shit, shit. Ichigo mentally cursed. He knew he was beginning to slow down, as even with his stamina, fighting for so long while using most of his concentration was too much. This is ridiculous. He exclaimed and grunted when a deep gash appeared on his forearm. Blood slowly flowed down to his fingers and dripped to the ground, but he was already blocking another attack. He gripped the sword. Damn it! How the hell am I supposed to do this? Think, Ichigo, think. I can't lose here. He was frantically trying to defend himself, but he was being pushed back, getting heavily overpowered. Even the laughter of his Zanpakuto spirit, until now so distant, became incredibly irritating to him. The frustration was showing on his face, and a few minutes later, he was ready to snap. He glanced at the white spirit watching the fight with eerie joy and growled. Good for nothing piece of... His angry thought trailed off as he followed the line of the spirit's sight. He was staring at the back of the old man, and Ichigo remembered something. Wait a minute, that's right. When we first met, that bastard mentioned something about reason in that irritatingly long monologue. What was it again? Another cut nicked the skin. Yeah, something about all humans being killers. Old man mentioned the beast within. Yeah, I got it. Reason prevents humans from unleashing their inner animal, and he told me to throw it away when fighting. The delight from finally recalling the words lasted only for a moment, and Ichigo frowned. That's all nice, but what about it? I should throw away my reason? Is it the same reason as what this old man represents? He felt his sword leaving his grip, and he quickly jumped backwards, to give himself a breather. It gave him only a short moment of freedom as the man was sliding through the air towards him with his sword pointed forward. In that moment, an insane idea filled Ichigo's mind. Throw away your reason, huh? This should be unreasonable enough. With an unsettling grin, he raised his hands and threw away his sword just before the old man's blade pierced his chest. With a thud, the sword penetrated him all the way through. Finally, Ichigo. The deep voice stated from under his face. Huh, it doesn't even hurt. Ichigo felt the adrenaline suddenly leaving his system, and he realized just what kind of crazy thing he just did. Of course not, Ichigo. I am a part of you, how could it hurt? The teen glanced at the man, who pulled back, leaving the sword embedded into Ichigo's chest. This is crazy. The man smiled for the first time. It is. How else could you accept your reason if not by entrusting it with your life? Now what? Ichigo asked, looking at the sword in his chest funnily. It was bizarre, if not completely surreal, seeing a weapon made for killing sticking out of his body, yet without any agonizing pain. The old man waited until the Zanpakuto spirit walked closer. Now your soul will acknowledge your reason and break the chains holding it back. It should be painless, aside from the discomfort at having your own power rising. Bear with it, though, as it is not something foreign. All of it is your own power, until now restrained for your own good. He explained in a mostly stoic tone which also held a definite tint of pride. Yeah, you should celebrate the shit out of this. The Zanpakuto spirit muttered grumpily, causing Ichigo to glance at him. The albino shrugged. What can I say, the old man's very nature irks me, if I were to use polite words. Unfucking weird for me, huh. With a sigh, the teen shook his head. He really should have been used to the spirit's absurd character by now. Right, so how much power are we dash? He never finished the question when the sword within his torso glowed all of a sudden and slowly dissolved into spirit particles that seemingly danced around him for a moment. It took only a single blink of an eye for them to stop and shoot towards his chest, where his heart was located. Ichigo felt a blow unlike any other before. It was not something physical, no. It was more of a mental strike, and, just as the old man said, he felt a slight discomfort when a surge of energy raced all over his body, filling every nook and cranny with its potency. I feel great. He stated appreciatively. As you should, Ichigo. However, before you can return, there is a matter on hand we must discuss. Sure, what is it? The old man pointed at him. As of now, you have unlocked a third of your power. I'm certain you realize implications of such an event. The smile on Ichigo's face, so large until now, slowly decreased in size and was replaced with a decent frown. Yeah. It was hard enough to keep my Ryotsu as low as possible. With this increase I'm guessing I'll have to start from a scratch. Damn. There is a different solution, albeit not really practical. What the old man said caused the teen to raise his head and gaze upon him. Give it a shot. With my abilities I can lock your powers for you. This way, your Ryotsu will remain on the same level as it was before this event. Oi, old man. The fuck are you talking about? We didn't agree on this. I told you he will not become one of them as long as I'm his Zanpakuto. The albino spirit suddenly yelled, his face twisted in a surprisingly intense anger. Ichigo rubbed his eyes and nodded to him. Oi, don't you fucking nod it dash. What is the downside? If it's not practical then there has to be some sort of a catch. Ichigo asked the old man, ignoring the loud and rude yells from the albino. The old man closed his eyes. Indeed there is. If you were in need for more power, you'd have to come into this mindscape to unlock it again. It would take no longer than few seconds, though. That is, not really usable. Ichigo agreed, still ignoring his Zanpakuto spirit, who took the ignorance as a sign for more yelling, swearing, and gesticulation. Maybe, Ichigo, but I think you are strong enough to handle most situations. Tisk, but what if something unexpected happens? I can't leave it on a chance. His brow creased in a deep frown, trying to find a reasonable solution. A certain conversation with Rukia came to his mind. I recall Rukia mentioning that captains and lieutenants have to wear a special seal which restricts their Ryotsu when going to the world of the living. I could always ask a Kido instructor for one. You could, but are you really a person who asks others for an aid so easily? Ichigo narrowed his eyes and, staring the man in the eyes hidden behind dark glasses, tilted his head. Why do I get the feeling you're trying really hard to push your option on me? After he said that, the man fell silent. Even the albino spirit did. It took the teen few more moments before Ichigo seemingly decided on a solution. Fine. It is still middle of the night. I'll try and use the weekend for learning how to suppress my Ryotsu from a scratch. In case I will not succeed until the Monday morning, I'll ask my Kido instructor. I don't really like the idea of asking for help, but in my opinion it surely beats the other option. Sorry, old man. He announced and heard the albino spirit sigh in relief. The old man only nodded without any sign of protest. It is fine, Ichigo. As long as you are content with it, I will be too. The peaceful atmosphere was torn apart when the albino spirit regained his energy. Now, enough of the boring stuff. Let's fight, Ichigo. We have to make you used to your new power or else you'll end up fucking up your own face with it. Powerful Ryotsu means dog shit if you can't use it like a man. 2 painfully long days later Ichigo came out of a certain room, in which the Academy's Kido expert had put a suppressing seal on his right shoulder, with a disappointed expression on his face. It made him indignant, having spent the whole weekend trying to learn how to conceal his Ryotsu only to come out unsuccessful. Although, he could have expected such an outcome, he was, after all, barely able to control his energy before, but now, it was bordering on being impossible. The most he had been able to do was to keep the spiritual pressure around him on a mildly higher state than it was before, which would be a huge accomplishment if he was able to do that for more than just 5 minutes. He did just that while asking the teacher for help. If he showed him the full Ryotsu he was now producing, even the teacher would have been suspicious. Now, with the seal in place, Ichigo learned just how much of a weird experience it was. He felt, like all of his senses were covered with a heavy blanket, numbed and just plain dull. It was certainly going to take some time, adjusting to such a feeling, but he tried to keep his scowl hidden. It was either this or the option of the old man within his mindscape. And this was certainly better. All he had to do to release the limiter was to make a statement out loud. It was Wednesday when Ichigo had to admit that the seal limiting his energy was more than just a good idea. It was actually a great idea. For the first time since he came to the academy, he was able to use the most basic Hado, Sho, without anything blowing up or without him breaking the training dummy in two. It was nowhere near perfect performance, but still, it was by far the best attempt he had done so far. He even went so far as to try the most basic Bakudo, Sai, and, For his great surprise, even this Kido spell came out as usable. Using it on a living being would most likely dislocate person's shoulders, but he would still live, unlike the last time he tried the spell. That time, the training dummy looked bound so much, it basically became a ball. Not a pleasant thought in relation to a living target. But that was the only thing that made him feel slightly happy that week so far. After the Kido class, it was announced that his class would be going on its first trip to the world of the living, to practice performing Kenso on recently passed humans. At first, he took the announcement at face value, but later, he realized it was going to be his first time crossing back to where his life ended. Moreover, as his bad luck still stood proudly, the destination of the trip was Karakura Town. His town. In addition, he remembered the bit of information they, students, had received earlier during that week. Since the teachers knew about the trip beforehand, they subtly supplied the students with data necessary for making the training trip smooth. It was just one piece of new knowledge that made Ichigo feel. Well, he didn't even know how he felt about it. It was not every day he got to know that hollows were in fact, just dead and corrupted human souls who, for various reasons, didn't cross over to Soul Society and deteriorated into monsters. There was a lot more information after that, like the reasons for the plus souls not passing away and staying in the world of the living, the transformation process in which they morph into hollows, their tendencies and the variety of their appearances, but it was that one single piece that got to him. It took him some time to digest such a thing. What would have happened if his sisters died and turned into hollows? Would he have been forced to slay them like the rest of the hollows? Just this thought made him cringe, and he could almost feel the bitterness on his tongue. The Academy and all Shinigami could call it purifying, but thinking about his sisters as hollows made him replace the word with slay. He wasn't sure he would have been able to do that. Because of that, he had to admit it was only logical for the teacher to follow this information with another thing. Which was to always try to purify the hollow by striking it from back, and that one should always actively avoid striking the hollow's mask. It only increased the risk of part of it crumbling down, making the Shinigami see the human face behind it. Such a thing could easily shake up an inexperienced Shinigami and make him lose his life. Ichigo only agreed. Now, after the lunch, he, along with his first-year student classmates, found himself on his way through the Senkaimon, surrounded by the upperclassmen and a single instructor. It took only a few moments before his feet touched the ground of Karakura Town. It's been a long time. Ichigo sighed, feeling a bit downcast. Since he was so used to bad things and coincidences around him, Ichigo was really surprised how peacefully and calmly the trip was passing so far. No accidents, nobody blowing anything up, nothing. It was just a smooth practice with nothing out of ordinary happening anywhere. You are scary. You have a really scary face. I don't want to die. A middle-aged obese man frantically yelled, kneeling in front of the teen who fought his own patients. Shut up, stay still and let me hit you with my sword. Ichigo replied in an irritated tone and tried to hit the man on the head, while the other students sardonically watched him from a small distance, obvious sweat on their foreheads. I don't wanna, I'm SCA dash. The man couldn't finish his sentence when Ichigo finally hit his forehead with the bottom of his sword's hilt, causing the man to glow and rapidly vanish. So annoying. He muttered with a sigh and turned around, to join the rest of his classmates when he stopped so suddenly, it looked like he walked into an invisible wall. Kurosake, come on. One of the 6th-year students supervising his group called out to him. Ichigo blinked and waved his hand to signal him he heard the boy. Feeling his throat becoming dry as a desert, he forcibly looked away and joined the others. What made him so shocked was a simple thing. He had seen a small group of people wearing clothes of a certain high school passing just a dozen meters away from him, and his mind instantly made him recognize them. They had been his former classmates, people he used to hang out with, people he used to attend the same school with, his friends. He even recalled their names. Kigo, Mizuoro, Chad, Tatsuki, and Oriaminu. First 4 of them were truly his friends, while the last one was more of an acquaintance, but still, he used to see her every day too. He gritted his teeth. It hurt. It hurt seeing them after all this time. It hurt remembering all the crazy moments they shared together. It hurt recalling the crazy antics of Kigo and Mizuoro whenever they tried to cheer him up. It hurt recalling all the fights he and Chad used to get into for standing out. It hurt recalling the childhood he spent in karate dojo where he received his first defeat at hands of Tatsuki. But he couldn't go to them. Rukia's words about not interfering with living humans still rang in his ears. He closed his eyes. At least they looked fine. He thought bitterly. He wasn't jealous of them, but the feeling of being left out stung. Even if he used to behave like he behaved towards them while alive. To him, they were his best friends. Now, they were just other living humans he could never talk to with. It was only because he had looked at them for just a moment that he missed how they looked in reality. He was not the only one hurting. His friends weren't as fine as he thought they were. It was just over 2 months that he had died and they were still mourning him. And they had no idea he had been so close, yet so far. His gloomy mood preserved for the rest of the training trip, and it was more than 3 hours later that he watched as his classmates slowly proceeded to walk through the Senkaimon, connecting the world of the living with the Soul Society. He wasn't really paying attention to anything the others were talking about. His eyes were pointed towards the ground and his thoughts were all over the place. It was only when he thought he felt something unusual that he woke up from his own world of emotions. There was something, a face, staring at him from afar. A kid. He thought and narrowed his eyes. He was invisible to any living humans save for the ones spiritually aware. And such people were very rare. Was it a soul? He tried to push the image of the face out of his mind. So what if somebody stared at him? It did not concern him. Yet there was something odd about that face. Almost as if he had seen it before. He glanced at the distant place again. The face was still there. It appeared to be some little girl with short black hair, and she returned the gaze for a moment, before turning around and running away. Huh, déjà vu. Ichigo muttered and, his pupils dilated, opened his mouth in shock. He remembered that face. It was the same face he saw the night his mother died. No, not completely. The night I have caused her death. He quietly cursed. With things being like this, there was no way he wouldn't follow the girl. If she was somehow connected with the death of his mother, if she knew something, Ichigo would never forgive himself for letting go of such a rare opportunity. He looked around. More than half of the students had already gone through the Senkaimon and, along with that, a half of the 6th year students and the instructor. The attention of the remaining ones was not on him. He took the chance and slipped away. He moved as quietly as possible, and when he was sure he was out of ear's reach, he pumped his energy and vanished in a single flash step. His eyes darted all over the place, trying to find any trace of the girl, and, surprisingly, she was not far away, staring at him from behind a tree. But as soon as she saw him looking back, she ran again. No. Wait. Frantically, he yelled after the girl, but she kept running away. He gritted his teeth and followed after her, the image of Kurosaki Masake, his mother, forming inside of his head. Her smiling face whenever she talked to him, her laughing face whenever the whole family sat at the table, her kind and warm face whenever any of her children was in trouble, her gentle face whenever they wanted to talk, her radiant face whenever she grabbed his hand and walked together with him, and her loving hug whenever she felt he was down. Ichigo couldn't remember his mother ever being sad and cry or mad and yell. Not even once. It was as if she knew that such a thing could be easily passed from a parent and onto a child. No matter what had happened, all was well once he was at her side. All troubles forgotten, all pain healed. She was a center of the universe around which their whole family revolved. He tightened his fists and ran. He could recall the time when his father told him the true meaning behind his name, Ichigo. It had the meaning, to protect one thing, attached to it. At that time, he easily thought of one thing. That if that was true, the one thing he wanted to protect was his mom. The one, who always protected him. The face of the little girl flashed in front of him as she turned around the corner. He felt tiny droplets of rain beginning to fall from the sky. He growled. It was the same that day. It had rained. It had rained the day before the fated night, and it had rained even the day before that. Because of that, the river water rose high. Despite that, there had been a girl, unsteady and without an umbrella, who stood at the river's edge, like she was going to jump in. The same girl he was now following. He shook his head. He didn't want to remember more. He didn't want to remember his own foolishness, when he decided to save the girl and jumped after her after she fell over. He didn't want to remember his mom's desperate call for him, begging him not to do it. And he certainly, absolutely, above all, didn't want to remember waking up to find his mom's cold and dead body, covered in blood, lying atop of him. He did not know what had truly happened that day. To this day, he still didn't know. But he knew one thing. He loved his mom, and because of him, his whole family lost its center. He made a turn and found himself in a small clearing, surrounded by a forest. In that moment, he stopped so suddenly, he almost tore the ground. What stood in front of him was no longer just a child. Behind it, a larger figure of a monster stood, staring at him with menacing eyes. A hollow. What's going on here? You were the one at the river's edge that time. 6 years ago. How come you're with a hollow? The girl opened her mouth. 6 years ago? I don't remember that far back, but... I see, you've seen me before. In a frenzy, Ichigo felt his palms getting heavy and moist from the sweat. What the heck are you? A hollow's crony? Or controlled by a hollow? Say something. He yelled, demanding an answer. A moment of silence passed till the girl's face twisted into eerie smile. Both are wrong, boy. Ichigo felt sick. The little girl in front of him suddenly shed her own skin, revealing just a bony stick underneath him. The skin hung downwards from it, flaying in the wind like a piece of cloth. What the hell are you? You were lucky if you survived seeing me in the past, but now, your luck has run out. I can't let you go without eating your soul. Ichigo took out his sword and tightly gripped its hilt. What was that, girl? He asked, his voice shaking. The hollow seemingly laughed and wagged the thing that had been a girl. The stick connected with a hole in his head, making him look like quite bizarre. Hee hee. This? It's a simple lure I use to bait humans who can see it. And if they can see it, their soul has high spiritual density. If their soul has high spiritual density, it means it's delicious. Taking a step backwards, Ichigo felt the words physical hitting him in guts. Then, that time, the one I was trying to save was actually his lure? So that means I fell into his trap, so that means he... A picture of his dead mother appeared in his mind again, and he incoherently yelled out as loud as possible, while the hollow just continued to laugh. Feeling the rage completely filling him from inside out, Ichigo ran straight forward towards the hollow, his sword brandished and raised high. He ran, and the distance between them was closed sooner than a man could blink. With a roar, he cut through the whole arm which extended from the hollow, in his rage completely ignoring the blood spurting all over him. He madly slashed, cut, jabbed, hacked, and sliced. His vision was tunneled and wholly focused on his enemy he was itching to kill. He wanted to chop him into little pieces, and his blood burned with righteous fury. The tiny droplets of rain changed into a downpour, slowly washing away the dirt from his skin. Just barely, the hollow was somehow able to dodge or evade most of the attacks, but the sheer ferocity of the teen forced him to quickly jump backwards, to gain some distance. You're a good boy, but I've been eluding Shinigami for more than 50 years. With this level of power you are far too weak. In a surprisingly fast movement, the hollow flashed around the teen, appearing behind him and intended on grabbing him with a furry tentacle. The blade of Ichigo's sword, however, sliced upwards just in time to cut it off. The hollow was only slightly annoyed and quickly shot out more tentacles, and this time, he successfully grabbed the teen by his left hand. Fast but not fast enough, he said, and threw Ichigo into the trees, causing him to crash. The hollow followed after him, shooting more tentacles at him but without any effect, as the teen quickly got back on his feet and, in a series of quick slashes, chopped them into little bits. Jumping from the ground, he shot towards the hollow and met him in midair. The hollow laughed again and raised his hand to press it against Ichigo's blade. You're being careless, boy. Diving at your enemy's chest without a plan. Ha. My feeding time is G-. I am far too weak, you say. Ichigo cut him in mid-sentence and, using Shunpo, vanished and then reappeared behind him with a face twisted in a snarl. Limit, release. The outburst of Ryotsu enveloped Ichigo with such intensity, the hollow was forced to back away, else he would have gotten blasted backwards. Ichigo lowered his left hand, which was hovering above his right shoulder as a tiny tattoo shone underneath his wet clothes. It almost feels like purifying you would be far too good for you. It almost feels like I should torture you for what you've done. But I won't. I won't tarnish the fight for my mom with it. So I'll cut you down as quickly as possible, hoping you'll end up in hell for eternity. Ichigo exclaimed in a rough voice, the anger still flowing through his veins. Yet he looked a bit calmer, which surprised even the teen himself. Pumping energy into his body, he disappeared from the hollow's vision. When he came to a stop, a large arm fell on the ground, sliced at the shoulder, and the hollow groaned in pain. But he was still alive, in the last instant moving to the side and causing Ichigo's sword to narrowly miss his head. You were hiding your power, boy, damn it. What is your name? He huffed and backed away. Ichigo stared at him through the thick and heavy downpour, not even blinking when a raindrop fell into his eye. Kurosaki Ichigo, son of Kurosaki Masaki. A woman you have killed 6 years ago in a similar night. 6 years is a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo, I will remember that name. I will be back and dash. Once again, the hollow was interrupted in mid-sentence, but this time, those words were his last. I said I will cut you down. How can you return when you'll be long dead? Ichigo whispered when he suddenly landed next to the hollow, his free hand gripping the creature's skull. Before the hollow could react, the teen thrust his sword through the mask and yanked it up and down, cutting the hollow in 2 pieces that fell down with a thud. In that moment, a bright light almost blinded the teen, who was forced to squint and hide his face behind his arm. The ground shook and a deep sound of eerie whispers began to echo through the whole clearing as a large construct, a gate of some kind, rose from the depths of the earth behind 2 halves of Grand Fissure. The gate was bizarre and emitted some sort of a malicious, wicked aura that made Ichigo's skin crawl. The whole image was complete by 2 great skeletons protruding from each gate's door. The gate was closed by a series of chains that started to corrode insanely fast and, at last, the gates opened. Ichigo gulped. He knew what this was. Gates of Hell. It was his first time seeing it. He only read about it, heard about it, but never once had he seen it. It was just like the books said. The gate's effect on a person truly could be summed up with one word. Fright. No matter how strong a person was, facing the gates of hell like this evoked fear in everybody. It didn't matter whether it was a rational or irrational fear. Everyone felt the drought in his throat, the adrenaline pumping through his bloodstream, cold sweat forming all over his body and a subconscious urge to flee. The chains fell and the gates opened. A humongous arm holding an equally large sword shot forward and pierced both halves of the hollow. Slowly, it dragged the body inside, while an unearthly laughter came from within the gates and joined the persistent whispers. And just like that, in a flash, it all suddenly vanished, leaving Ichigo standing still, like a statue, with goosebumps all over his arms. When his mind realized it was over, he fell on his knees. Deep breaths filled his empty lungs as he panted, a mixture of emotions filling his insides. I did, Mum. I finally avenged you. You can rest in peace now. He whispered, a single tear escaping his eye. He completely missed a face, staring at him from behind a tree, filled with pain and anguish and a teary eye. The face feeling the same things the teen felt himself. Chapter 7, Man of the Paradise Flower, a frustrated parent. Seeing his own son on his knees, whispering words to the wind in hope it would carry them to his dead mother almost broke his hind's heart. Witnessing the boy in his rare moment of weakness, when he looked as vulnerable as a small child, caused him to squeeze and shut his eyes closed. Just as one of his daughters had done a long time ago, Ishin too, had vowed to never cry again. He wasn't allowed to. He had let too many people down. The only thing remaining was to be strong for those who still mattered. So he held back his tears. Ishin Kurosaki had watched, hidden in shadows, as Ichigo had battled the one hollow greatly responsible for the death of Masaki Kurosaki, his late mother and Ishin's late wife. It had been a powerful scene. Emotions had been packed so tightly, they had almost overflowed. But he had done it. Ichigo had done it. He finally moved on and forgave himself for that rainy night 6 years ago. I wanted you to live well, age well, even to go bald well and to die after me. But most importantly, I wanted you to die with a happy smile on your face, Ichigo. None of these happened. He thought and, after Ichigo finally left the scene, stood up with his face pointed to the cloudy sky. He let the rain wash over his face and over his sad smile. Ah, Masaka will be angry. He walked, his Shinigami clothes getting wetter with every passing step, until he hid under a stand, leaned to the side and stared at the small group of teenagers in the distance. Those were friends of his son while he had been still alive. As he had been following Ichigo ever since he had felt his Ryotsu entering the Karakura town again, Ishine had also seen the look on his son's face after he had noticed them. The 5 high school students. People he had spent most time with. Ishine knew that despite the sadness of not being able to join them once again, Ichigo had been happy to see them unharmed. What he didn't know was just how close to mortal peril some of them had come. It was only thanks to Ishine's timely interventions that they were able to walk and talk like nothing had happened. After Ichigo had died, Ishine had vowed to protect his son's friends from any harm. The idea came to him accidentally and he had caught it like a man drowning in the sea of sorrow and regrets. He couldn't do nothing when Masaki had died, when his daughters had died and not even when his son had died. Protecting those close to him had felt like an obligation to Ishine. Ichigo had unwillingly left them alone. Now, they were Ishine's responsibility. This sense of duty to shield them from further harm had proven to be right. First ones had been Orium and Tatsuki. Ishine could recall the grimace on his face when he had been forced to protect the bubbly girl and her fierce tomboyish friend from her own brother turned hollow. He had grimaced not because of the attack alone. He had done it because, in a small part of his mind, he could have actually understood the reasoning of the hollow. Ishine had felt disgusted with himself after that. He had successfully prevented the hollow from taking Orium's and along with it, Tatsuki's souls, though, and that was what mattered in the end. Their memories had been replaced and so far, it seemed it was working well. The second person was Chad. One day, Ishine had found him seriously injured and from what he knew about the sturdy boy, it must have been the first time he had been in such a serious condition. Not long after that, Chad had escaped from his clinic, causing the hair on Ishine's neck to stand. He had felt a lingering presence in the boy's wounds. A presence of a hollow. He had followed Chad. In the end, the boy had been protecting a soul of a small boy embedded within a caged bird from constant attacks of a wretched hollow. Ishine had dispatched him easily but once again, with a grimace on his face. Ishine was a man of conviction. He never really hated Grand Fisher nor the other hollows for their deeds. They weren't really beings that lived based on what they believed. Instead, they were pushed forward by their instinct of hunger, never-ending thirst. But occasionally, there was a twisted hollow, whose soul had been wicked even before dying as a human. The one who had harmed Chad was one of those hollows and Ishine had watched the gates of hell swallow him with eerie satisfaction. Based on what he had seen in Ichigo's fight, it seemed Grand Fisher had been a real bastard during his life too, but that was a bit different. He sighed. Those 2 attacks had been the only ones so far and, fortunately, none of the victims appeared to be suffering from any consequences. Ishine had been worried. Worried that the hollow energy may have caused some sort of a reaction within the teenagers' souls. That they would be dragged into the world they were not yet prepared. Into the world they were supposed to enter only after dying. He had consulted Urahara about this matter but the scientist had assured him that nothing was wrong. Urahara Kisuke. Somehow, Ishine felt a bitter taste within his mouth and so he spit his saliva on the ground beneath his feet. It wasn't as if he hated the man. On the contrary, he was quite fond of him. He had helped him greatly all those years ago. Truthfully, Ishine regarded Urahara as his friend. Along with him also the others within the Urahara's shop. And even the white-haired, cold-blooded, emotionless, and distant certain surgeon. He even trusted Urahara with his life. But he also knew that, as most people, even the scientist was keeping dark secrets. And even a best friend can harm you given the right push from a wrong direction. He was aware of the man's plan concerning his own son. At least of some details. Now that was something Ishine didn't really like. However, he did not have many other choices. Ichigo was far too special, being. He was predestined for things he shouldn't have been predestined to. To be the center of the world. In time. His legs carried him to Urahara's shop and, after a brief talk with Tessai, a large-built and stoic man working as Urahara's assistant who was in reality something completely different, he sat down and waited for the scientist himself. "Howdy Ishine-san, I believe everything is alright with our young friends." Ishine waited until the man seated himself in front of him and took a long, deep breath. There was something he had been lately thinking about for long hours, and the sight of his son only solidified the thought. And Urahara could keep a lookout on the kids. "I want to go there, Kisuke. I just saw him. He's suffering alone, I can feel it. He needs somebody. There is nothing keeping me here anymore. I should have returned as soon as he passed on." The lack of preface briefly surprised the scientist, before he hid his face behind the small fan in his left hand. The carefree expression faded and was replaced with a serious gaze. "And are you truly sure you are the one whom he needs?" Ishine opened his mouth but no sound came out. The retort caught him off guard. Once again, the man showed just why everybody thought of him as a genius, not just in a field of science but also in human interaction. His words were precise and the question cut deep. Ishine almost felt a stinging sensation within his soul. It must have appeared on his face too, because Urahara's gaze lessened. "Sorry." Ishine raised his hand and waved it a little. "No, you're probably right. I haven't been exactly a perfect parent, not that I would ever admit it." He tried to smile but failed spectacularly. "Ah, well, if it helps, you're still better than Ryukin-san." "Got that right." Ishine snorted quietly. They thanked Tessai when the man brought 2 mugs of warm tea and took a few sips, the silence slowly growing too loud. "Even then, I must say I don't think it is a good idea. Returning to Seoul society, that is," Urahara stated after putting the mug back on the table. Ishine blew on the hot liquid, trying to cool it off a bit, before mimicking the man and putting the mug down too. He sighed, hard. "I'm not saying that you should never go back, but I would want you to wait at least until he shows his true face. Going back right now would practically be a suicide. Aside from testimonies of exiled Shinigami, you have no proof. It would be a claim against a claim, and guess whose words Yamamoto-san would believe?" Urahara continued in an attempt to drive a point home. I know, damn it. I'm just so frustrated." Ishine unexpectedly snapped and slapped the table, almost flipping the mugs. Just barely, the tea stayed inside of its containers and Urahara rubbed his chin. He knew he would have to placate the man or he would storm the Siratii without any sort of a plan. Like his son certainly would. Don't worry about young Kurosaki-san, though. He has already befriended Kukaki-san, so it's not like he's completely alone there. He knew that was the right thing to say as Ishine cracked a small smile, only the sadness preventing it from turning into a lecherous one. My son, intimate with a girl? Never thought I would see such a day come. Urahara paled at those words. The report from Yuriuki about what Ichigo had gone through since passing on stuck in his mind. He was sure the day the boy would become intimate with any woman had become more distant than ever. If he ever would. Urahara sincerely hoped he would. He needed some pleasure in his life, and so far, such things had been extremely rare. At that rate, the boy would become a different person. In a bad sense. Although, he could somehow twist and use what was slowly unfolding in Karakura town to ensure his allegiance. This thinking brought more unpleasant thoughts to Urahara's mind. He suppressed them until Ishine left, but once he did, they surfaced again. Do you think it's wise? Not telling him about it? Tessai popped into the room to clear the table, his eyes purposely not aimed at the scientist, who took down his hat and scratched his head. I don't know, Tessai-san. But, seeing as I don't have answers, I'm rather glad he didn't mention it. I wouldn't want to lie to him again. Urahara sighed, his thoughts filled with an image of various hollows. Hollows. Urahara Kisuke was quite certainly unsettled by the lack of understanding of the hollow within the soul of Kurosaki Ichigo. The one that had apparently, and quite obviously, merged with the boy's Zanpakuto. Yes, Urahara knew about him. It was impossible not to know about it, seeing as he was the one who had dealt with him some time ago. But what Urahara didn't know was what was going on inside of Ichigo's soul. He didn't know if there were some side effects. He didn't know if the Hollow was already taking over the boy. He didn't know if the boy had met him. He didn't know anything, only what he knew. And that wasn't much. Certainly, he had some experience with a similar case. But Kurosaki Ichigo was something completely different. A whole new kind of existence. Also, at the moment, the boy was one more thing. An impossibility. An oddity. Kurosaki Ichigo should not have been alive. His soul should have collapsed on itself the moment his human body lost its pulse, the moment his human shell stopped working. He should have undergone a certain phenomenon. Soul suicide. It was quite simple, actually. All of it was just one big equation. An equation with 4 variables. And right now, the equation within Ichigo's soul lacked one variable. The most important one. The one he had lost on the day he had died. But Ichigo lived. The sheer absurdity of the situation caused the scientist to marvel at it. After a long time, something finally caught him off guard, unprepared. He was ready for all of his plans to collapse once he found out the boy had died. But after listening to Kukaki-san, he knew there was still hope. Now, he waited. He was not idle all those weeks since the boy had passed on, though. Urahara was a man that liked to have multiple plans at hand. So he prepared a solution for the moment when troubles would come. It was a simple solution. Extremely easy solution. Usable in human world. Questionable in soul society. And even if that failed, he still could use that thing he had taken back from the girl. Ah well, no need to fret over little things. I'll worry when the time comes. With that, he closed the door to a certain dark room with no lights, no windows, and almost no furniture, save for one bed. One Kurosaki Ichigo was currently not feeling that much satisfied with himself. He had been a while ago, after he had finally avenged his mother. Not so much after he had returned to the Soul Society through the Senkaimon to see a stern-looking group of Shinigami waiting for him. Without giving him a single piece of explanation, they accompanied him to the office of the Academy's principal and, after opening the door for him, dumped him there. By then, Ichigo had an idea what was going on. After all, what he was attending was practically the same thing as a high school. And he was right on the mark. Kurosaki, Kurosaki. What am I to do with you? The principal, an aged man with burly eyebrows and completely bald head, muttered while tapping the table with a pen. Ichigo was silent. For now, there was no point in saying anything. I'm sure you've realized what this is about. You're a smart kid. Rude and brassy but smart nevertheless. The man continued and stared at Ichigo, who couldn't resist and gave him a stink eye. The principal smirked, expecting such a reaction from him. Now, I don't know the reason for your hollow hunting, and frankly, I don't really care. It's not something you should do when attending the human world in a group. Not to mention that was your first trip. That the hollow you came across was Grand Fisher, a bastard that has been eluding us for many years, is even worse. He put down his pen and placed his palms against each other. Ichigo couldn't help it and not be impressed. They even know the name of that bastard. He mentally cursed. This reaction didn't escape the sharp gaze of the older man. Ah, yes. Thanks to the 12th Division we are able to efficiently monitor the human world, especially if we know what we are looking for. Don't think you can disappear just like that. But, I'm drifting from the original point. The principal took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Your actions could have cost you your life, along with the lives of other students. Save your breath and don't try to defend yourself. He raised his hand to stop Ichigo when he noticed him opening his mouth. Grand Fisher was not a weak hollow. If he had fought any other student, he would have easily killed him. Then he would have gone after the other ones. You are lucky you didn't get other student involved in the fight. Or worse, get them killed. There is nothing that could justify such a reckless action. You're still in the academy, so your punishment will be light, but after you join Godi 13, such a thing has its own name. Insubordination. Ichigo silently clenched his fists. He wanted to snap at the man, to tell him the real reason behind his fight with Grand Fisher. But he didn't. The man in front of him didn't deserve to know. It was something that had happened and was going to stay only between Grand Fisher and Ichigo. A personal matter. And he could take a light punishment. Seeing the one responsible for his mother's death getting dragged to the place where he belonged to had certainly been worth it. He even got over the sour taste in his mouth that he felt because of a different reason. The principal even acknowledged it. Grand Fisher had been eluding the Shinigami for several dozen years. Now, Ichigo had slain him. Shouldn't they been thanking him? He obviously didn't do it for such a reason, and he wasn't expecting any praise or recognition for his fight. He didn't want anybody slapping him on his back and saying, "Damn kid, you did well." But completely ignoring the fact that he, a student of just few months, had done something other Shinigami from Godi 13 hadn't been able to do for such a long time was just plain ignorance. Or maybe they are embarrassed. He thought in his own inner voice that sounded too sly for his own tastes. Half an hour later, he emerged from the office not being able to remember half the stuff the principal had been muttering. It sounded just that much unimportant and, to him, self-righteous. The only piece of information he needed to keep in mind was about his punishment. The principal hadn't been lying, it really was light. To Ichigo, somebody who spent most of his time locked within his room or somewhere in the academy area, training, it was even lighter. Your punishment will be having to spend the next 4 weeks solely within the borders of the academy ground. When you study, in the academy. When you train, in the academy. During free time, in the academy. Want to go and grab a beer at the pub nearby? Too bad, you can't. No friends from outside the academy can visit you either. Unless you are given order from an officer of Godi 13, you are not allowed to leave the academy premises. Is that clear? Ichigo actually snorted. The principal tried to sound threatening, but, from Ichigo's point of view, he failed badly. Really, trying such a punishment on a person whose daily routine barely contained any sort of entertainment? Hilarious. The only thing that could have been denied him were Rukia's regular visits. And even that was improbable, seeing as she was a member of Godi 13, a noble and sister of a captain. She could come and visit him without any troubles. Not that he wanted her to visit him. Not really. He didn't want to hear some sort of news, to just chat, and he certainly didn't want to spend some time in a company of another human being. Soul. Shinigami. Whatever. Point was, he really didn't enjoy the feeling of being important to somebody. Okay, fine, maybe a little. But that was just because Kazumi would have scolded him for trying to close himself off from the outside world. His little sisters too, would have been angry that he was punishing himself. He threw out his hands, not really caring he was in the middle of a long hall, heavily populated with other students. He was fed up with his own train of thoughts. Well, it was more like a locomotive that bludgeoned its way forward with an engine worth of thousands of horsepower. Fine, he enjoyed Rukia's visits a bit. There, are you happy? You deranged locomotive without an engine driver. Huh. I'm tired. He muttered when he finally heard the click of the door, leading to his room opening. Throwing all of his things into the corner of the room and taking all of his clothes off in a single movement, he jumped into the bed and closed his eyes. His body ached a little and craved a short sleep. And he would give it to it. Even with slightly masochistic tendencies, he wasn't about to punish himself like that. Kurosaki, come here. The rest of you can go, the class is over. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Once again, Gengoro wanted to talk to him after class. It had become a regular thing in the past few weeks, and Ichigo was slowly losing the battle with his own patience. Ever since the main instructor got the whiff about him going alone to fight a hollow, he had been quite adamant in trying to make Ichigo talk about his reason. Not directly, of course. However, Ichigo was not a stupid kid anymore and had realized after a while that that was the true purpose for all those lengthy discussions about nothing in particular. With a sigh, he dragged himself to the man. Surprisingly, the main instructor wasn't as eager as he had been in their last meeting. Instead of an affable expression, he gazed at Ichigo with serious eyes, and Ichigo smelled trouble. Once he got close to him, Gengoro handed him an envelope. Since you are not yet accustomed in using hell butterflies, I was told to give this to you. It's supposedly from the captain of the 8th Division. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, but, aside from that, gave no other reaction. He grabbed the envelope and opened it to find a small memo. Gengoro's gaze grew intense. What did you do? Not really hearing the man, Ichigo silently read the message. To Kurosaki Ichigo-kun. From Kiraku Shunsui. I'm not one for proper formalities, so I'll cut them out, Ichigo-kun. You have already noticed my name and probably heard I'm a captain of the 8th Division. I have something I would like to talk with you about. Jushiro, I mean Captain Yukatake, has mentioned the case you and Rukia-chan are working on. I'd like to offer my help with that, and so I'd like us to meet. I'd say that whenever is okay with me, but I'm afraid my Nanao-chan will insist this to happen as soon as possible. Therefore, it's possible she'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the academy this evening already. I hope you'll come. Kiraku Shunsui. P.S. Do you like sake? P.S. Don't be afraid of my Nanao-chan. She looks strict but is a sweetheart. P.S. Gotta go, Nanao-chan looks angry. Ichigo blinked. Twice. Third time. When even after blinking 4 times in a row didn't help clearing his mind, he sat at the nearest chair, feeling a headache coming. He completely ignored Gengoro as the man was clearly trying to pry some information from him, and he let his head fall. Ichigo-kun? Nanao-chan? Rukia-chan? Do I like sake? He rubbed his head. The heck is wrong with this guy? Is this how a captain of the Godi 13 writes a message to a student? A frown appeared on his face after he read the letter one more time. Ignoring the weird undertone of this message, he offers help with the case. Just like that? I mean, that is the purpose of this memo. The rest is just an unimportant gibberish. Or was that an intent? To make me feel secure, like I was going to meet a friend and not a captain. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Yeah, I'm probably too paranoid. At the very least, I can hear what he wants to say. It couldn't hurt to meet another captain, and a famous one at that. Truthfully, Kiraku Shunsui was indeed a very well-known figure among the Shinigami of Godi 13. He had been a captain for centuries now, and from what Ichigo had read, he had even been a student of the very captain commander. That told Ichigo he was not a person he would want to anger. At least not at the moment. When Ichigo directed his steps towards the entrance of the Shino Academy, he was unsure what kind of person would be waiting for him. Really, based on the message from the captain of the 8th Division, his expectations were all over the place. On one hand, the captain himself appeared to be an easygoing man, and he had described the one who would come for Ichigo as a sweetheart. On the other one, Ichigo couldn't shake the bad feeling in his gut, telling him he should prepare himself for somebody completely else. For somebody that is not a sweetheart. When he finally saw the person, he cursed his own instinct. He didn't even need any sort of confirmation that that was really the person mentioned in the memo. He was completely sure it was her. Kurosaki Ichigo, I presume. My name is Nanao Ise, a vice captain of the 8th Division. I came to escort you to the captain. A slim, sharp-looking woman in her 20s introduced herself while pushing her glasses up her nose. Ichigo, despite not being that much socially skilled, immediately noticed one thing. This woman had a no-nonsense attitude. Just how could she and the captain that had written the memo make a pair was a mystery to him. Sheesh, uptight much. He wondered when Nanao barely let him nod to confirm that indeed, he was Ichigo Kurosaki, and curtly spun around. The walk to the 8th Division barracks was uneventful, long, but most of all, extremely quiet. Nanao herself did not speak a single word, and Ichigo, comfortable enough with silence, did not try to spark any conversation. It wasn't like he wanted to befriend every single person that he met. If she preferred silence, then good for her. Instead, he used this time to study the vice captain in a series of short glances, not wanting to make her suspicious of him. Although, since he was keeping in a certain distance behind her, he was confident she barely even paid any attention to him. And he had to keep a distance. She was a woman, after all. A woman he did not know. Subconsciously, that thought made his body a bit stiff. He had been handling his discomfort at being near any women fairly well during the classes. He had to. The academy wasn't males only, so there were bound to be some girls. But they were only students. He wasn't feeling threatened by them, and so he was able to handle their presence. But a vice captain? Just knowing that the woman walking in front of him had to be rather powerful chilled him from within his bones. A strong woman could overpower him. Just like before. He angrily blinked and pushed the thought into the back of his mind. It was useless to think such things. It wouldn't help. He laid his eyes at the vice captain again. His first impression of her didn't change no matter how much he looked at her. She was indeed a slim and youthful woman. Her long black hair was kept pinned back, with flat bangs hanging to the right side of her face. That was all Ichigo could find out with his glances. Just her appearance. Anything, and everything else was carefully guarded. Her posture was literally sending waves of, "Don't get too friendly with me," to her surroundings. But maybe that was just a defensive mechanism. Ichigo didn't know. She wasn't pleasant, but she also wasn't unpleasant. She just was. Sure, as he had noted, Nanao appeared to be a bit uptight, strict, and had a no-nonsense attitude. But that wasn't really saying anything about her as a person. Those were just shallow characteristics. He wasn't able to perceive her heart. He let go of these notions once the two of them arrived to the barracks and, after a short moment later, to the office of the captain of the 8th Division. Nanao knocked 3 times before entering the room. "What I brought Kurosaki Ichigo, Captain." "Captain. What did I tell you? You won't be giving any sake to the student." "No, wanting to make him feel comfortable and not good enough of a reason. And don't give me those puppy eyes, you know well it doesn't work on me." Ichigo stopped in mid-step with an unreadable expression on his face. Suddenly, he understood why such a strict-looking woman was a vice-captain of this division and most importantly, a vice-captain for its captain. He decided to wait for a moment. He didn't really want to witness any embarrassing scene and have his opinion on the captain formed by such a thing. While waiting, he took a look around and observed his surroundings. But nothing really stood out. It was just another division area. Until his eyes fell on the insignia of the 8th Division. A Strelitzia, huh? If I'm not mistaken, its other name is Bird of Paradise Flower and it is associated with liberty, magnificence and good perspective. Now that is interesting. A sad smile formed on his face. One of his little sisters, Yuzue, had really liked flowers and he had used to help her with taking care of them. Because of that, he had absorbed some of the knowledge about them. But that was a long time ago. "You can go in, Kurosaki." Nanao had returned from the office and motioned the silent teen to go inside. What awaited him in the room was a fairly young-looking man leisurely lying on a mattress, clad in a Shinigami clothes with a pink, flowered lady's kimono on top of his captain's haori and a straw hat on top of his head. Well, fairly young for somebody of his age. The man had a pleasant smile on his face but his eyes were cunning, full of flamboyant spark but also filled with centuries of experience. It caused Ichigo to momentarily lose his guard. That unpleasantly surprised the teen. He somehow felt the man could be a dangerous enemy. Ma, there's no need for such a hard stare, Ichigo-kun. I really won't give you any sake. My Nanao-chan already threw it out. The captain said in a really sad tone. Ichigo's eye twitched at the Ichigo-kun but he left it alone. It still beat Kurosaki-san that he heard almost every day at the academy. Right. It was the only response he could come up with but it didn't seem the older man was bothered with the lack of formality. On the contrary, his smile widened. "Ah, what kind of a host am I? Make yourself at home, Ichigo-kun. Since sake is out of the question, I suppose a nice, hot cup of tea is acceptable." Ichigo quietly nodded and sat down on a nearby mattress. Either the man was trying really hard to make Ichigo feel safe and comfortable or that was his true nature. Ichigo wasn't sure. A short moment later, he had his palms around a small cup filled with a steaming hot liquid. "You are just like Jushiro described you, Ichigo-kun. However, even if I say that, it's true only if we're talking about appearances. You certainly don't feel like a student nor like a young man. You feel older," Shunsui stated in a pleasant tone. "And I'm not talking about your spiritual energy which, for some reason, feels like it's being forcefully contained." If he had actually taken a sip of the tea, Ichigo would have been coughing like a person suffering from a tuberculosis at the moment. Since he only brought the cup close to his mouth, his hand, and because of that, the cup, shook a little. The captain's remark was too close to truth. Shunsui continued as if he didn't notice anything, but Ichigo saw the corners of his mouth curl upwards from amusement. It's your whole face. Your expression and your body language. It's like you've been through some stuff. Which is almost enough to make me believe in your story, even though I actually haven't heard a thing yet. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. You should not trust me that easily. Shunsui actually laughed at that. True. So I take it you don't trust me either? That I want to help you with your case. I'm suspicious. The teen gave an honest answer, causing the captain to nod his head. Good. It seems you can use your common sense even in the presence of a captain. That's good. Most of the students wouldn't. Which makes me worry about the future of Godi 13. He sighed and, for a moment, looked less cheerful. But, that's not the reason I have called you here, is it? He continued with a newly formed smile. Yeah, it's not. Obviously, you can refuse my offer and I won't make any deal out of it. It would be completely okay. I'm not here to force you into anything. I can also understand your suspicion, which is probably higher than when you have been talking with Jushiro. After all, I am a captain of the 8th Division and you have met and have been forced to fight to death one of my subordinates. Ichigo frowned, the words bringing back some memories. I thought you didn't know a thing from my story. Shunsui apologetically smiled and raised his hand. Well, I don't. I just noticed that one of my men has been missing for quite some time, heard about the case when Jushiro and Byakuya-kun visited me and I just connected the dots. I told them I want to hear the whole story from you first. Ichigo blinked. I see. So, what is your answer? With a single nod, Ichigo accepted the offer and began telling the captain of the 8th Division his story. His whole story. Without omitting anything. Shunsui had made only one condition before Ichigo had started to talk. I need to hear the full story, Ichigo-kun. All of it. Be it something unpleasant or something that you'd like to forget. Normally, I wouldn't ask for such a thing, but since you want to take this to the Central 46, you'll be forced to repeat the same thing for them. And I think trying it now, in a more pleasant environment, would be a good test to see if you're able to do it at all. Ichigo had begrudgingly agreed and braced himself for the two memories that still haunted him. He managed to reveal most of his story with breaks only to take a breath and to sip a bit of his tea. He did not feel very relaxed while doing so, but Shunsui had proven to be a great listener and, slowly, his body stopped being so stiff. For a brief moment, he paused after telling the captain about him meeting Rukia and Yoriyuki. There were two reasons for that. The first one was that he debated with himself if he wanted to continue, to tell the man about how Kazumi had died. The wound in his heart was still fresh. But, as it had been stated before, the full story was needed. The second one went largely unnoticed by Ichigo. It was Shunsui's reaction when Ichigo had mentioned Yoriyuki. The captain had narrowed his eyes and had taken a long gulp of the tea to mask any further emotions. It didn't seem like he had been angered by the name, though. It was more like he had been doubtful, hopeful, and confused at the same time. By the time Ichigo had decided to continue, he had already schooled his expression, coming to some sort of a decision moments before that. Ichigo ended his tale with his fists clenched under the table. He was still feeling burning hatred towards the man that had killed her. But, as Kazumi had told him once, time was the best healer and so was able to cool down rather quickly. That is quite a serious accusation, Ichigo-kun, and I must say, I'm surprised you even told me this. I suppose that means you don't think it was me whom Kazumi-san had been talking about. Shunsui responded to the story after a short moment of silence. Ichigo noticed the man was no longer smiling. He shook his head. No. I had enough time to think about the whole thing, to recall every single word Kazumi had said before her death. The man I'm looking for is, well, it's like had the whole thing planned ahead of time. A man of such caliber wouldn't let any of his subordinate go into those brothels. They could have interrupted or damaged his plans. Which cuts you out of the list of suspects. At least that's what I think. Ichigo said. Shunsui tilted his hat with a cunning expression. That is true, Ichigo-kun, however, I must point out a flaw in your thinking. Let's say, hypothetically, that I'm that man. Why should I stop my men from going there? If I'm planning so many steps into the future, I have also many backup plans. I could easily let my men go there, to avoid suspicion in case you'd think exactly what you do now. To throw you off the mark. There is also a question of accomplices. How do you know he doesn't have any? Ichigo grimaced. He didn't think about that. Maybe. I still don't think you're the one I'm looking for just because I don't feel you are. You don't fit the character. I've read about you and it just doesn't fit you. Such a plan, I mean. Frankly, the whole idea, the whole plan, is just plain ridiculous. What would a captain of Godi 13 gain by stalking me? I'm a nobody. Shunsui filled the cups with more tea and sighed. A nobody, huh? A strange expression briefly appeared on the man's face, but before Ichigo could comment on it, the captain started talking again. You mentioned something about those men who have caught Kazumi-san. They've been wearing some sort of cloaks. Ichigo scrunched up his face, trying to remember the details. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Yuaki-san said they were designed for hiding Ryotsu. Why? It's nothing. Shunsui replied after a moment, his calculating gaze pointed on the wall behind Ichigo. The teen scowled. You know, I have the feeling you're more interested in the identity of that mysterious man than in the case about the brothels. Almost as if you don't think of them as a problem. An imperceptible smile flashed across Shunsui's mouth before it vanished. Ah, on the contrary. I'm very much interested in them, too. And actually, one of the reasons I've called you here is because I wanted to thank you for destroying them. Thank me. Ichigo didn't even notice how easily the man had changed the topic of the conversation as he was busy being confused. The captain nodded. Yes. I'm aware you've met one of my nieces. Yuno-chan to be precise. Ichigo pointed his sight upwards, trying to recall a person with such name. A smiling face of a girl with pink hair popped into his mind. He occasionally caught her staring and smiling at him during some of his classes. Right, yeah, I met her. Or more like she came to introduce herself. Weird girl, sorry. He blurted out his thoughts about the girl before he could stop himself from doing so, and so he shifted in his seat, feeling embarrassed. Shunsui wasn't angry, but he wasn't smiling too. I understand. Yuno-chan is, well, she had a bit of a bad past. I don't think I'm in liberty to say all the details about it, but I think I can say some parts so you could understand her behavior a little. He took his hat down and put it on the ground next to him, an action which was meant to mask the distant gaze of his eyes. When Yuno-chan was younger, she was a sweetheart. A kind, shy, smart and always cheerful, and her parents loved her. Well, at least that's how it looked like to us, to others. The reality was completely different. Long story short, it turned out her father was never there for her, busy spending his days and nights with women other than his wife. Her mother found out but did nothing about it. Instead of confronting her husband, she took the anger and hate on Yuno-chan. She neglected her, abused her, did many horrible things to her until one day, Yuno-chan couldn't take it anymore and ran away. He paused and took another sip from the tea. Ichigo was silent, but Shunsui could see the thick vein on the teen's neck throbbing. It took us only 2 weeks until we found her, but, well, we found her in a brothel similar to those you have destroyed. Nobody knows what really happened to her there, and she had been barely alive when we found her. But Anohana-san, the captain of the 4th Division and our best healer, had confirmed that, thankfully, the girl had never been raped. But she had still suffered severe psychological trauma. Well, that's not the worst thing that has happened. Shunsui continued, a tired and sad grimace crossing his features. It turned out we weren't the first one to find her there. Her parents did it before us, but apparently, wanted to leave her there, and Yuno-chan snapped. He closed his eyes. She killed both her parents with her own hands. A heavy silence followed Shunsui's words. Ichigo had troubles remaining calm, and so he caught the corners of the table to keep himself from jumping in anger. The table shook. That's why, I think that Yuno-chan is thankful to you for what you have done. I heard that most students are aware of the rumor surrounding you, so it's understandable that she knows about your deeds. Most likely, she sees you as her savior of some sorts. Ichigo, with his eyes closed, had a pained expression on his face. He pitied the girl, he truly did, but what made him so irate was something different. Tell me one thing. If you found a brothel like that, why haven't you done anything about it? His voice trembled in a suppressed anger. Shunsui's downcast gaze fell on the floor. Frankly, we have been too worried about Yuno-chan that we simply destroyed that one brothel and tried to forget about the whole thing. I have no excuses for that. Ichigo felt torn. He wanted to bolt out of the room, so that he wouldn't do something stupid, like punching the captain in the face. At the same time, he could understand what the man must have been going through at that time. The fear at not knowing what had happened to his niece and fear of her well-being. Deciding on the third option, he punched the ground on his side and said nothing to the man. It may have been rude, but it was the best he could do at that moment. A long, awkward silence followed his action. Ichigo was trying to swallow the emotions built up within him, and Shunsui just seemingly waited for him to do it. When the teen appeared to be somewhat calm, the captain rubbed his chin. An idea had struck him. Ichigo-kun, I want to ask you one question. Ask. Shunsui shifted his legs into a more comfortable position and, with a serious expression, stared at the student in front of him. Ichigo-kun, let's say you have a large garden full of flowers that you love very much. You go to great lengths in taking care of them, even pay a gardener to do it in your absence. One day, an accident happens, that you had no control over. A terrible, horrible accident which turns some of your best flowers into plants with cannibalistic instinct. We can call it a virus. Everything points to the fact that those plants could easily turn on the other flowers within your garden and start to indiscriminately kill them. As you have scarce information on the virus, what would you do? Would you give those flowers-turned plants a chance, or would you quickly get rid of them? Ichigo returned the stare with one of his own as he listened to the question. At the end of it, he frowned. What was the point of a question like that? Flowers? It seemed very random and quite nonsensical. It would have made Ichigo snort, if not for the fact that the captain's expression remained serious, not even a hint of a smile on his face. Is there some deeper meaning to this question? He wondered and tried to think about it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with any sense behind it. However, seeing as the man took it that seriously, he resolved to give him an honest answer. Well, getting rid of them would be a logical conclusion. Still, if I really loved those flowers, what would interest the most was the accident itself. Why did it happen? Was there no way of preventing it? What if it happened again? Ichigo almost gulped when a rare, dangerous smile formed on the captain's face. Indeed, dangerous was the right word for it, and, for a moment, the man finally looked like somebody that had been in his position for that long and had been forced to do things Ichigo didn't think he would like to hear about. Good answer, Ichigo-kun. Yes, good indeed. Now, let's say I agree and we investigated the accident and we came to one conclusion. It wasn't really an accident. Somebody was behind it and we have two suspects. One is a gardener that has been in your service for quite some time now. He was responsible and reliable, always took care of the flowers, and in return, those flowers bloomed every time. Never once he had been angry at those flowers, even if they tripped him or didn't want to grow the way he wanted them to grow. He always had a smile on his face while taking care of them. He was always polite and kind, friendly, and helpful. Second suspect is a new gardener, one that you have hired only a few weeks before the accident. He was earnest but a bit odd, easygoing but a bit shy, and liked to conduct experiments on flowers, plants, and anything else in your garden. Liked to try new things. Sometimes he caused troubles. Flowers sometimes did things just to spite him, and in return, he scolded them by not giving them his attention for a while. The question is, who do you find more suspicious? Another lengthy explanation caused Ichigo to deepen his frown. It seemed like the man was really trying to point at something Ichigo was not able to see. Thinking about the question, the teen knew the answer before he could delve into things. The first one. Definitely first one. I don't know a single person that could act friendly and cheerful all the time. To act like nobody could anger you. In my book, he is the one more suspicious. The second one sounds like a more logical suspect at first glance, but he really isn't. Somebody that likes to experiment usually takes precautions in case something bad happens. If he's really earnest and he worked for me only for a while, he would have admitted his guilt. At least, that's what I think. Ichigo answered honestly, and for a short while, Shunsui did not react with words. Only his dangerous smile widened. So you're that kind of person, huh? Should have known. He muttered and brought the cup of tea to his lips. He took a gulp and replaced the dangerous smile with a cheerful one. I see, that is an interesting answer, Ichigo-kun. Thank you for that. Now, to return back to the original point of this meeting, I will help you. I'll contact Jushiro and debate things with him. It'll take some time before we can take this to the Central 46, though. In the meantime, I think you should meet the captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng-san. She was trained as an assassin from a young age, so she may appear a bit unapproachable, but her opinion could change things. I'll send her a message asking her when she could meet with you. Ichigo blinked. If you think it's for the best. He was still in disarray from the questions about the flowers, but it seemed the meeting was already ending. I do. Oh, and so I won't forget, I have a message from Jushiro. He says that Rukia-chan is on a mission in the human world, so she won't make it for today's meeting with you. He said jovially, causing Ichigo to rapidly blink few more times. Right, thanks. Why is a captain passing a message from an unseated officer to another captain? I don't think that's very usual. Ichigo thought, but opted not to voice his thoughts. After Ichigo left the office, Nanao entered the room and found her captain with an odd look in his eyes, sitting stiffly on the mattress and absent-mindedly sipping the rest of the tea. Is something wrong, Captain Kiraku? She asked, a first hint of emotion appearing on her usually strict face. Shunsui put down the cup and picked up his hat. Nanao-chan, I need you to secure a permission to enter the Darai for me. I want to check something. He said while staring straight into her eyes. Even though Nanao looked surprised, she nodded immediately. Understood. You have got to be kidding me. Ichigo growled and hastily stopped his own little training. Everything had been going fairly smoothly these past few days. He hadn't received that many stares as usual, be it glares or gazes of admiration. It seemed the ruckus of the man others called Tora attending the academy was finally dying down, allowing Ichigo to spend his classes in a moderate pace. His skills and abilities had been steadily progressing. He was gaining more and more important information. The case he and Rukia were working on seemed to grow under the care of 3 captains, and soon, he was going to meet yet another captain. Those feelings of unrest and anxiety he had been feeling ever since Kazumi had died were slowly calming down. He was even able to, once in a while, get a good night's sleep where he didn't just toss around on his bed. Moreover, he had been able to increase his skill in the use of that one Kido he had learned. Performing Heido number 63, Reikoho with an incantation now only rarely caused any sort of explosion or malfunction. All in all, life had been pretty good in Ichigo's opinion. But, as he stared at the face of a vice-captain of the 6th Division, he realized it had been too good to be true. Something was bound to happen sooner or later. He was just that lucky. Yeah. It's nothing life-threatening, Anohana-san assured me herself. Still, she's unconscious at the moment and was hurt badly. Normally, I wouldn't bother to alert just anybody, but we both know Rukia would be happy to know you have visited her. If you're the one who can bring a smile on her face, then I can't protest. Renji said, clearly trying to stop the irritation from entering his tone. Sure. There was more Ichigo wanted to say to the irate vice-captain, but he knew it was useless. The redhead had apparently his own issues with Rukia. Ichigo had deduced it already. Despite that, he left it like that. The two of them, Renji and Rukia, had to straighten things out between themselves without him doing it for them. It just wasn't right. While they flashed across the Siratii in a series of shunpo, Ichigo voiced one of his other thoughts. Do you know what exactly happened? No. We're all waiting for Rukia to wake up. But from her injuries and the riots within them, it seems she has encountered an enemy different from Hollows. Empowered humans of some kind. Chapter 8, Tempting Hand of a God, The Soul Hunters. It did not take long for Ichigo and Renji to arrive at the compound of the 4th Division, where they quickly made their way through the long halls and entered the room, in which Rukia was currently bedridden. In it, they found that she had two more visitors, one being her own captain, Jushiro Yukatake, while the other one was a woman Ichigo didn't recognize. As soon as the two of them barged through the doors though, both Yukatake and the woman turned to them. "Ah, Aburai-san, Kurosaka-san. I was hoping you'd come see her," Yukatake said with a gentle smile, stifling a cough rising up from within his throat. "Captain Yukatake." Renji nodded to the man and turned to the woman who, meanwhile, switched her attention back to Rukia. "Are there any news, Captain Anohana?" Ichigo's eyebrows twitched. "So she's the captain of the 4th Division, huh?" "Feels bland," he noted with a frown. Since Shunsui had told him the captain of the 4th Division was the best healer in the Soul Society, Ichigo had been expecting a more imposing figure. The woman in front of him, that looked to be barely in her 40s, had an angelic smile on her face and Ichigo was completely unable to read her. "She still hasn't regained consciousness, so we don't know anything new, but I have been able to analyze the remnants of the spiritual energy within her wound. It has a similar composition to the energy of the old clan of magic hunters, the Quincy, but I'm certain it wasn't them. The one who fought her was something different. I sent the samples to Captain Kurotsuka, so we should have results by the end of this day, even if Kukaki-san remains unconscious," Anohana stated and checked Rukia's vitals once again. "I see. Similar to the Quincy, huh?" Ichigo's frown deepened as he glanced between Renji and Yukatake, both of them deep in thoughts. He vaguely recalled that Kurotsuka was a name of the captain of the 12th Division, which was a division of the Godi I-13 responsible for research and development. But the new term rang in his ears. "Excuse me, but what is a Quincy?" he asked and caused the other three Shinigami to look at him. "Ah, sorry Kurosaka-san. I forgot you were a student for a moment." Yukatake apologized with an embarrassed smile. "I wanted to ask sooner, actually, but what is a student doing here?" "Yukatake-san?" Anohana asked in a curious, yet not an unpleasant, tone. The man quickly motioned Ichigo to come closer, what the teen begrudgingly did, and turned to Anohana. "Kurosaka-san is the one responsible for the improvement in Kukaki-san's mood." It was Ichigo's turn to have an embarrassed smile. "I see. Thank you for that, Kurosaka-san. It was painful to watch Kukaki-san brooding and not being able to help her," Anohana said and nodded to him. Ichigo swore he could see her eyes move away from him for a moment and he literally felt Renji stiffen behind him. Having nothing to reply, the teen just nodded back to the woman and turned to Yukatake, expecting him to answer his previous question. "Ah, yes, the Quincy. How to explain this term?" Yukatake briefly glanced at Anohana and Ichigo witnessed a short, but obvious, silent conversation between them. With a nod, Yukatake glanced back at the teen. "Yes. I think this should suffice. Quincy is a term we, Shinigami, use to describe spiritually aware humans who are able to absorb and manipulate Reishi into spiritual weapons. You can say they were a clan of sorts and their history reaches as back as to 1,000 years in the past, but their history is long and boring, so I spare you the details. Let's just say that a Quincy is the polar opposite of a Shinigami. Literally," he explained with a smile that was, for a moment, a little bit too unnerving. "What do you mean?" Ichigo asked. He opted not to react to these new pieces of information, even if he felt his heartbeat increasing. Part of Yukatake's definition had fit too nicely on him and his sisters while they had been alive. "Well," Yukatake scratched the back of his head. "The biggest contrast between a Shinigami and a Quincy is the method of fighting. And Quincy used to fight. Mostly hollows, though. The point is, a Shinigami uses his inner spiritual energy to fight, while a Quincy uses mostly an external source of Reishi. Moreover, they use this energy to power their own weapons. It may still sound too similar to a Shinigami, so I'll point out the most important thing. When a Shinigami slays hollows, he purifies them. When a Quincy does it, he completely obliterates the hollow and all souls he may have within him." He continued, earning a frown from the teen. "You mean?" "Yes, their method does not allow for souls to join the reincarnation cycle. Souls slain by a Quincy simply cease to exist. Completely and irreversibly. That is why our ideologies were never compatible. Their way threatened to destabilize the very balance of the souls. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, finally catching on a small detail. You speak of them using only the past tense. That means... An expression of regret washed over the frail captain's face. As far as we know, most of the Quincy have been eradicated 200 years ago. They have been killing hollows at a fast rate, giving us no other choice than to wipe them out. We had to do it in order to prevent the destruction of the world. He said in a pleading voice. Ichigo shook his head. You don't have to convince me, Captain Yuka-take. I don't know anything about this, so there is no way I could judge you for your past actions. It's just a piece of information for me. Nothing else. He stated. Truthfully, there was a stubborn thought in his mind telling him it was wrong to justify killing anybody. However, as a person who had killed before, he stayed true to his word. He was in no position to judge the captain's words. Although, it does surprise me that we are not taught this in the academy. He said after a moment. That's in case you wouldn't join any military branch after you graduate. You don't need such knowledge if you're going to be just a simple clerk. You will be informed once you enroll into Godi I-13 or any other branch. Renji stated from behind him. Well, this has been quite informative, but if that's all you want to do here, then I'll be forced to ask you to leave. My patient needs a peaceful and calm environment to heal. Anohana called out to three of them in a tone that was sweet, but also carried an unspoken threat. Ichigo thought he felt a sudden chill in his body and turned to Renji and Yuka-take to voice this thought, but saw both of them negatively shaking their heads. They can stay. A weak and familiar voice came from the only bed in the room, causing everybody to spin around. Ah, Kukaki-san, you're finally awake. Anohana quickly responded to the voice and hurried to check the female Shinigami's vitals for the third time. She lightly pressed against her chest, to prevent her from sitting, and smiled sweetly. It's good to see you up, but you should avoid any straining activities for the rest of this day. Is that clear, Kukaki-san? Yes. Rukia seemed even smaller when squirming under the gaze of the best healer in the Soul Society, and Ichigo had to stifle a chuckle. He coughed and shook his head. That surprised me, I almost laughed. After Anohana left, a short silence fell onto the room until Yuka-take cut it short. Well, you heard Anohana-san, Kukaki-san, but I think talking with your captain and your friends should be alright, right? He smiled encouragingly. Over the course of the next few minutes, Rukia summarized her trip to the human world, which eventually led to her being bedridden. It seemed it all had happened in Karakura town, where she had been investigating a report about a disappearance of souls of recently passed away humans. What should have been a trivial matter quickly escalated into a violent encounter with a stranger she had met after discovering a human body devoid of any soul. She had exchanged a few blows with this stranger until he escaped the scene and left her alone. Later, she had ran to him again and had witnessed the same person literally sucking out a soul of a human male. This time, the fight went for longer. The stranger had proven to be a challenging opponent, and she had been barely able to fight him on equal grounds. But then, another one of his kind assaulted her from her blind spot, rendering her barely conscious. She had thought she was going to die, but the two strangers left her like that, most likely thinking her wounds were sufficient to kill her. She also explained to Yuka-take the method the stranger had been using to fight her. It was something she had never seen before. The man had used something he called a doll. This doll had enough power to be compared to a Shinigami's Zanpakuto. The only other thing she had been able to catch was a name one of them had mentioned before completely exiting the premises. Sumkariya-san. I see. The name does not ring any bells, so we should wait for Captain Kuratsuka's analysis. Until then, you should remain here. Captain? Rukia asked with uncertainty in her voice when Yuka-take fell silent for a while. The man smiled at her. If the one you fought was that strong, I'm thinking of giving you some support on this mission. I'll send an official memo later, but, Aburai-san, are you available? I think having a lieutenant backing Kukaki-san up would greatly reduce my worries. Of course, you can refuse. Ichigo grimaced. Even he was able to feel the discomfort in Renji's eyes at being called out like that. But then again, it was not his problem. Renji rapidly blinked in panic, his eyes jumping from Yukate's smiling face to Rukia's closed eyes. I. Poor Renji couldn't fight against the smile on Yukate's face for long and admitted defeat a moment later. I'll do my best, Captain Yukate. I'm sure Captain Kukaki won't have any objections. He said in a defeated tone. If it's that much trouble I think I can manage by myself, Aburai-san. Rukia said, her eyes still closed. Ouch. That was cold. Ichigo thought to himself. He saw a vein popping on Renji's face and prepared for an outburst but, surprisingly, the vice captain was able to hold it in. Sure, if you call this, I can manage. He smirked when Rukia's cheeks colored. She defiantly turned her head to the side and refused to say anything anymore, but it seemed Yukate took it as a sign of acceptance. I'll call Akeko-san, just to be sure. That means Yumishika-san will want to come too. Renji added. All right, I'll ask Captain Zaraki. When they finally left Rukia's room, an hour later, Renji caught Ichigo before the teen could take off in a burst of shunpo. Wait, Kurosaki. What is it? Ichigo asked in a sigh. He wanted nothing more than to go to his room and take a long, hot shower. Ichigo stared at the vice captain, whose mouth alternated between being opened and closed with no sound coming out. When this went on for more than a minute, he rolled his eyes. Oh come on, you're a vice captain. If you want to say something just say it or I'm going back to the academy. Fine. Renji finally managed to find his voice. He averted Ichigo's gaze and intently stared at something behind the teen. Thank you. Ichigo blinked and completely ignored Renji's burning cheeks. For what? Rukia. You saw how she is. We have some issues and, well, if this scene happened a few months ago, she would have either completely ignored me, tried to mock me or even worse. I'm sure it's thanks to you that she's mellowed. Ichigo stared at him for a moment, mentally shaking his head. This guy. Sure. He replied and turned around to leave. No. I mean. I truly am thankful. I know I'm repeating myself from before but it means much to me. If you ever need a favor, say it. Even in his room at the academy compound, Ichigo wasn't allowed to relax completely. As soon as he had returned, a black hell butterfly flew inside through the only window and started to fly around his head. Ichigo took a deep breath to calm his nerves and tried to remember the procedure to accept a message from this small messenger. I'm sure it was just holding out a hand and releasing a bit of riot so to confirm it's me. He did just that and the black butterfly landed on his index finger. In the moment it touched his skin, he heard a voice of Captain of the 8th Division inside of his head. Ichigo-kun, it's me, Captain Kiraku. I've talked to Captain Sui Feng and one of her men should come tomorrow in the evening to pick you up. She agreed to listen to your story but it's possible she'll just give you an advice and won't help with the case as she's quite the busy captain. But before you go meet her, I have some advice too. Be careful how you speak to Captain Sui Feng. She's, well, I shouldn't talk bad about my fellow captains but she's a harsh person who is strict about the whole military protocol thing. Choose your words carefully. And most important thing. Do not mention the name Yuriyuki at all. I apologize, but for now, you cannot know the reason. Just trust me on this, Ichigo-kun. Completely avoid talking about this name and the person with it. Otherwise, be prepared to suffer the consequences. I'm deadly serious. The message completely relayed itself and the butterfly left the room, leaving a baffled teen alone with his thoughts. He was caught unprepared for the grim tone of Shunsui's voice when he spoke the last few lines. If a captain as carefree as Shunsui felt the need to warn him over such trivial matter, then Ichigo was going to heed it. It bothered him greatly, not knowing why was such caution necessary but he had met enough Shinigami from the ranks of Godei 13 to know that people without issues were quite rare there. If the name was really such a taboo for the captain of the 2nd Division, Ichigo was going to avoid saying it when talking to her. It would do no good if he died so soon. He still had things to do. After a hot shower to loosen up his muscles, he climbed into the bed and entered a sweet oblivion in which he battled his Zanpakuto spirit in yet another session of sweat, blood, and sparks of metal hitting each other. The next day flew by really fast. It may have been his skills progressing further and allowing him to breeze through most of the classes, but it also may have been the growing anxiety within his guts from meeting a harsh captain that allowed him to tune out the voices of others. Before he knew it, he was standing at the entrance to the academy and waiting for a random man from 2nd Division to guide him to his captain. It did not take long for such a person to arrive, and shortly after that, Ichigo found himself following some nameless guy in a peculiar clothing, different from the regular Shinigami garb. Nameless not because Ichigo overheard the man introducing himself, but because the man did not do that at all. He just landed in front of him, asked if he was Kurosaki Ichigo and, satisfied with an answer, told the teen to follow him. Efficient, strict, and disciplined. That was Ichigo's first impression of the man, and he had a suspicion it would be similar with most of the men from the 2nd Division. At least with ones in the same attire. Ichigo also suspected that those men were probably personally trained by the captain Sui Feng if she was a person he was expecting her to be. They quickly arrived at their destination, and the man led Ichigo all the way through the barracks until they stopped in front of the door leading into the captain's office. The teen raised his eyebrow when the man made no intention of moving further, but it did not last for long. "You can join the others. Kurosaki Ichigo, come in." A female's voice came from within the closed room, causing the man next to Ichigo to vanish into the thin air and Ichigo to open his eyes as much as he could in surprise. Damn! He thought, and, opening the door, walked into the room that belonged to the captain of the 2nd Division. The captain herself was seated in the chair behind the table, busy writing some sort of a report. With a sharp wave, she motioned the teen to come closer and sit down. "Wait a moment, Kurosaki. I need to finish this," she told him, never taking her eyes from the paper she was writing on. The tone of her voice was not as cold as Ichigo had expected it to be, but it was also not friendly. It was simply neutral. He also couldn't, as much as he tried to, feel even a speck of the captain's Ryutsu. Well, she is supposed to be a master assassin, he thought to himself. As it became quite a custom for him, Ichigo took the chance to study the person in front of him before they began speaking. Like they said, first impression was important. Captain Sui Feng of the 2nd Division was a relatively petite woman. That fact alone must have been fairly helpful in her job. If she wanted to, she could have easily hid herself in her office alone, even though the office didn't really have that much space in the first place. Her hair, worn short with 2 long braids bound in white cloth, was as black as the uniform she was wearing underneath her captain's Haori. The uniform looked nothing like the regular Shinigami outfit, and it seemed it had something to do with her other title, a commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido. Onmitsukido was the 2nd largest organization of the Soul Society, right behind Godei 13, and was an equivalent of a covert ops used in the human world. Finishing her report, the captain offered no more room for Ichigo to study her further and stared at him intently. "I've been asked by Captain Kiraku to listen to your story, since a part of it directly concerns the reputation of my division. Make no mistake though, Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm not interested in anything beyond that. At least not for now. I may change my opinion, but that depends on the story. Be brief but do not omit important details. Am I clear?" She still didn't release any notable amount of Ryutsu, yet Ichigo felt his palms getting sweaty from the intense pressure of the captain's gaze directed straight at him. It was nothing physical. The pressure was purely mental, and, for the first time in a long while, Ichigo felt like a kid again. A kid asked by a scary teacher to admit his guilt at participating in a random bullshit. He wasn't scared, no. That ship had sailed weeks ago. But it was the feeling closest to that, intimidation. He was being intimidated, and Ichigo knew, then and there, that the fact that Sui Feng was the most skilled assassin in Soul Society was only partially at fault. It was his 6th sense, his inner instinct telling him this woman is dangerous. Moreover, it was a different kind of dangerous than with Shunsui or anybody else. This was dangerous in a purely violent sense. That she would strike him down in the moment of getting the order to do it. Captain of the 8th Division had been right. He really needed to choose his words carefully. And so he did. He began telling his story using short but informative sentences devoid of any redundant knowledge that could only unnecessarily prolong his speech. It didn't take him long, however, till he got to the point in his story, when he had his fight with the member of the 2nd Division. There, Su Yifeng momentarily stopped him. If you were a random person who just waltzed in here with a claim like that, I would have probably incapacitated you in an instant. It's a dangerous game you're playing, Kurosaki Ichigo. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? She asked the teen and narrowed her eyes when Ichigo put the slightly burned Zanpakuto of the one he had fought on the table. Taking it in her hands, she rolled it between her fingers as if looking for something. Her expression darkened when she noticed the insignia of her division plastered on the low part of the sword's hilt. I see. Continue. But Ichigo remained silent, obviously thinking about something. What is it? She asked with displeasure creeping into her voice. Ichigo grimaced. Nothing, it's just. I just remembered I had a small conversation with that man during our fight. And Ichigo mentally cursed. He just damned himself for no reason. If only he didn't get off guard by the memory of the man's words suddenly popping into his mind. He sighed and prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. He sort of mentioned you, his captain. If possible, I wouldn't want to repeat his words. He wasn't exactly kind when he talked about you. Su Yifeng blinked and raised her eyebrow, the expression on her face changing into one of an amusement. That confused the teen. Oh please, Kurosaki. I am the captain of the 2nd Division and commander-in-chief of Onmitsukido. I am quite aware my methods are harsh, and because of that only the best Shinigami can remain under my command for a long period of time. It won't be the first time a weakling tried to push his shortcomings onto me in form of insults. I am a professional, I can take it. She said with a dangerous smile, yet Ichigo wasn't completely convinced. Maybe it was the feeling of having an invisible blade pressed against his throat, an illusion of the increased mental pressure coming at him from the captain. Maybe. If I remember correctly, he was really disgruntled about you using a whip on him. He said, are you sure you want to hear it? Ichigo tried to stall the time. He failed. Kurosaki, I'm already wasting my time. Hurry up or I'm kicking you out of my office. He sighed. He blamed his memory for recalling such pointless stuff so precisely. I quote, if I had the chance, I'd show her that a bitch like her should lick a man's feet. He paused and took a glance at the captain. Su Yifeng just snorted and motioned him to continue. And then, he said he found a girl, a K-kid that looked almost exactly like you and he. Ichigo trailed off and his hands shook. Just remembering those particular words, the face of that man saying them, was enough to stir the anger within him. He cursed his own sick mind when it subconsciously tried to picture the very scene, and a growl escaped his lips. Say it. Su Yifeng ordered in a low voice. She was no longer amused and the stare she gave Ichigo was hard. And Ichigo said it. He spit the hateful words out of him. It left him winded, like he had just ran for days. But Su Yifeng did not react to it. At least not in a way that was visible for the teen. Shortly after that, after allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts and take a deep breath, she told him to tell the rest of the story. Ichigo did it while omitting parts with Yoriyuki. Su Yifeng listened to it and, at the end of it, had a serious expression on her face. Once again, a dangerous claim, Kurosaki. I admit, the story you've told me is convincing and, for the most part, also backed up by evidence and witnesses. However, that a captain would do such a worthless thing as manipulating an ordinary soul is too absurd, even if you do look almost exactly like the deceased Shibukayan, and therefore, there's a possibility of you being his reincarnation. Who? Ichigo instantly asked, his breathing getting heavy. The name Kayan was familiar. He clearly remembered Yukatake saying it when he had first met the teen. It was also a name that had caused Rukia to go silent and anxious. That time, he had sworn he wouldn't look into it, but it seemed it was unavoidable now. Su Yifeng narrowed her eyes. You have met Yukatake, Kiraku, Kukaki, and maybe even more Shinigami from Godei 13, and no one told you about him? She asked suspiciously. They have mentioned him a few times, but not one of them wanted to say any details. I think it has something to do with Rukia. Kukaki Rukia. Su Yifeng's mouth formed a thin line and she stared at him for a long while. Shibukayan was a former vice-captain of the 13th Division that has died a few decades ago in a foolish attempt to avenge the death of his wife at hands of a certain hollow, despite not having any intel on it. I will refrain from further judging his actions, character, or beliefs if only because of my respect towards Captain Yukatake. She finally said. Ichigo suppressed the urge to ask her more as he knew there simply had to be something else, something far more important. If not, it wouldn't make sense for the atmosphere around Rukia once his name is mentioned. He thought and, pushing the though into the back of his mind, returned to the original point of discussion. So you will not help with this case? He stated neutrally. Su Yifeng's stare hardened. Careful, Kurosaki. You're in no position to judge me. But yes, right now, I will not offer any help. As it stands, I have enough work at my hands right now. Besides, I think with the support of 3 other captains, this case has a good chance to work. However, I will give you an advice. She said. If, by any chance, it is true that a captain was involved in this, in manipulating a plus soul to spy on another soul, you can't do a thing about it. It's barely a crime. He probably wouldn't even be reprimanded because of it. Focus on the other thing. On Shinigami of Godei 13 visiting such disgusting brothels. That is more important in my eyes. If it's so important then dash. Those were my final words, Kurosaki. After Ichigo left, Su Yifeng stayed in her office and, for several minutes, stared through the window, deep in thoughts. Her face betrayed none of her emotions. The complex and intricate web of thought and ideas growing within her mind caused her to scowl. There was something off about the story of Kurosaki Ichigo. Something she wasn't seeing. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was clearly weird. She still clearly remembered what had happened a century ago, when her mentor, the person she had admired the most, vanished from the Soul Society along with few others. That time, the incident that had grown into a large case started innocently. Innocently like the story of Kurosaki Ichigo. Su Yifeng was a master assassin, the best of best, excelled in strategy and military thinking, manipulations, and schemes, and right now, she had a bad feeling in her gut. She rarely didn't act on it, but when she did not, bad things happened. She sprung from her chair and vanished into thin air in a blast of shunpo unparalleled in the whole Soul Society. When she came to a stop, it was only moments before she entered another office where she confronted a man in a flowery kimono. Kiraku, we need to talk. It was Ichigo's 3rd time in Karakura town as a student of the academy. Once again, the students were doing a regular training trip to practice Kinso, opening a Senkaimon gate and communicating with the hell butterflies that spawned each time a soul was being sent to the afterlife. While the first trip had gotten quite messy for the teen, his second visit had been fairly peaceful. Because of that, he had hoped the third one would be at least as calm as the previous one. Now he knew he had been naive. The sheer amount of bad luck he regularly attracted was just astounding. Although, he could have avoided trouble this time. After everything he had done so far, he did not feel like a good person, despite some students still hailing him as a hero of Rukanga. He did not consider himself a hero. Yet, he still had a conscience, and seeing the person he had slowly come to see as a friend under attack caused him to disregard the orders from the upperclassmen leading this trip. He had somehow gotten a bit too far from his group, and because of that, he first felt and then witnessed as Rukia sailed through the air in a distance and slammed into a tree trunk. The impact must have dislocated one of her shoulders, as one of her arms now dangled uselessly at her side. Growling under his breath, Ichigo made a split-second decision to go to her. I will regret this. I will definitely regret this. He thought over and over again. Disobeying orders for the second time was going to bring him more punishment than the last time he had done it. When he drew closer, he saw 3 other Shinigami officers, one of which he recognized as Renji, each battling his own opponent. But what was unpleasantly surprising was that one of Shinigami, a man with jaw-length black hair and weird colorful feathers on his right eyelashes, was the one fighting Rukia. Renji seemed to be fighting some metallic creature along with a large, muscular man with short red hair and an orange mohawk. The last Shinigami, a bald man holding a spear in his hand, was engaged in a battle with a man with a messy, orange-red hair jaw-length on one side, while clean and cut short on the other one. Ichigo took some time to observe the situation, even if the adrenaline in his veins was telling him to rush straight forward and lunge on the first opponent. He knew that would have been a bad call. the training at the academy was paying off. But the pitiful state Rukia was in made it hard to concentrate. See what's going on and understand it. He mentally repeated to himself what Gengoro once told him in a class and strained his eyes to notice any small detail that could help him. His hands trembled, he was somehow nervous. This looked like a true battle. Not that he hadn't been in a serious fight before. But this was like cut out from a fantasy book. Blasts of energy, chunks of concrete flying around from the force of punches, flashes of light when powerful spells glowed in the dusk. It all seemed so much more dangerous than when he had fought his past enemies just with a simple blade. There. What is that? It looks like a flower. He wondered when his gaze located a funky tattoo at the chest of the Shinigami fighting Rukia. He growled when a bit of blood spurted from her arm and forced his own mind to comprehend the situation faster. With a bit of luck finally leaning over to him, he spotted the man's eyes and the realization dawned upon him. He's being controlled. In that moment, he quickly went over a few scenarios and decided on the best course of action. He was still hidden and it didn't look like anybody had noticed him. Good. That gave him a moment of surprise. He quietly began to build up his Ryuryoku and started to mutter a chant. In the next second, he jumped out of his hiding place and headed towards Rukia with his right leg moving forward. Ichigo! Rukia exclaimed in surprise, making him scowl. So much for stealthy action. Fortunately, the Shinigami fighting her wasn't able to react to his presence and received a kick to the back of his head, which managed to knock him unconscious. Landing on the ground, Ichigo spun around and turned to the other battles and aimed his opened palm at the closest one. Heido number 63, Reikoho. A brilliant flash of yellow lightning emerged from his hand and shot towards the man with unique hairstyle, hitting him dead on. Ow, what the heck? The bald Shinigami yelled when he barely avoided the following explosion. He turned his head to the place from where the attack came and cursed. Yumi Chika! Don't worry, I just knocked him unconscious. He seemed to be under some sort of control. Ichigo stated in an attempt to calm the Shinigami down. The man blinked and opened his mouth, but when no sound came out, he turned around and returned to his fight. Ichigo almost laughed at the incredulous expression on the man's face, but then he remembered why he came there in the first place. You alright? He kneeled next to Rukia, who was so surprised to see him there, she didn't even protest when he tore a bit of cloth from her Shinigami attire and used it to bandage her arm. The pain that shot from the wound, however, managed to fully wake her up. Ichigo! What are you doing here? She asked frantically. The teen just sighed. What does this look like, idiot? I'm helping your sorry ass. She slapped him on the hand and looked like she wanted to yell at him, but, as she tried to stand up, only to fall back on her butt, she realized the situation and the condition she was in. Fine, but don't think about fighting those guys. They are a lot tougher than anything you've fought before. Sure. Ichigo replied absent-mindedly, concentrating mainly on patching the girl up. Rukia grabbed his shoulder and yanked him closer to her. I mean it, Ichigo. Please don't fight them. The pleading tone of her voice caused the teen to raise his gaze. I don't know what has gotten into you, Rukia, but I'm not a useless kid that you have met on that dark night anymore. Will you try to stop me from fighting even after I become a regular Shinigami? He asked with a frown. Rukia shook her head but refused to look him in the eyes. No, I won't. But you're only a student, no. You're not yet prepared for fights of this level. She said sadly. Watch out. The bald Shinigami yelled, alerting Ichigo of a fast-moving projectile heading towards him from a man he had previously hit with a Heido spell. He gave Rukia a cocky smirk. Who told you that I'm not prepared? Limit, release. He stated loudly, and the outburst of Ryutsu knocked the projectile sideways, causing it to miss him and hit a tree next to him instead. I'm going. Ichigo. Rukia's eyes were wide open as she stared at him in shock. She wasn't the only one. Shit, Renji, who is this brat? This is not Ryutsu of an academy student. The bald Shinigami yelled and, seeing that the man he was fighting got caught off guard by the heavy Ryutsu suddenly pressing on him, used the short moment to strike him with his spear. Gah! Damn it! Koga! Another one came. The man yelled loudly as blood flowed out of a deep gash on his shoulder. He was in a fairly bad shape. The Reikoho from Ichigo had dealt some nasty burns on his skin. The larger man that was battling Renji glanced at him and grimaced. "Fine, we're pulling out. Don't think I'll let you." Renji growled despite being heavily injured and tried to stop them, along with Ichigo, who quickly joined the fray, but the man ignored them. "Doc. Yeah, I'm coming." The metallic creature that looked eerily like a spider with a human head answered and jumped in front of them. Transforming its metallic hand, it began to rapidly fire metal projectiles like a machine gun, forcing all of them to take cover. When the barrage stopped and Ichigo and the rest could finally look from behind the cover, there was nobody else there. Kurosake, why do you do this to me?" The principal lamented in a theatrical tone as he tiredly shook his head. Ichigo just stood there silently, his gaze pointed at the wall behind the principal's table. "I've been lulled by your peaceful second trip and now you go and do this? Do you hate me, Kurosake? Care to explain your actions?" He asked with a sigh and leaned into his chair, his stare directed at the teen in front of him. The fingers on Ichigo's right hand twitched in annoyance. There was much he wanted to tell the man. But he stopped himself before he could have said something stupid. "We were told to scatter and find our own targets for Kinso and, unfortunately, I wandered too far. I felt a familiar Shinigami Ryutsu coming from a close location, so I went to take a look. Then, I witnessed a fight which was not going well for the officers of the Godi 13. Because of that, I waited for the right moment to interfere and help them. That's all." Ichigo explained in an indifferent voice that caused the expression on the principal's face to twist into a scowl. "I see. Now do tell me, Kurosake, do you think you are the only student that was on the trip with you that can sense Ryutsu?" Ichigo frowned, not really sure what the point of such a question was. "Of course not. So do tell, why do you think you are the only one who went to join the fight?" A long silence fell upon the room as Ichigo's frown grew confused and he struggled with an answer to the question he didn't completely understand. When he remained silent, the principal raised 2 fingers. "I'll help you with that. There are 2 reasons nobody joined you in your grand journey to save the day." The man trailed off and enjoyed the irritated grimace on Ichigo's face. "The first reason is simple. You are a student of the academy and you have no business in anything the Godi 13 is doing." Ichigo bit his lip to stop himself from retorting. He wanted to ask him whether he should have just left Rukia and Co alone and possible die, but a moment later, he knew what the man would say to him. What rubbed Ichigo in a wrong way was that he actually agreed with it. If it had been anybody else than Rukia, he probably would have overlooked it. There was no sense in risking his life for a stranger. He had a promise to keep, things to change. The second reason is quite obvious to me and, probably, to anybody else within the academy. Though it seems it's not that obvious to you. Kurosake, what do you think an average student would feel when hit by a Ryutsu of a high-ranking officer of the Godi 13 in a combat state? The man leaned forward and put his hands on the table. They would have been terrified, of course. The spiritual pressure of high-ranking officers is worlds above the one a student possesses. Most of them would be scared to fight, and that's how it's supposed to be. A student should never meddle in a fight of such level. That is equal to a suicide. Ichigo blinked. He didn't even realize it until now, but was he really that much different from the others? He knew, of course, that his Ryutsu was strong, and he also knew just how strong the Ryutsu of a captain was. But so far, for some reason, he didn't connect the dots to see the obvious. He was not like the others. Sure, the talk about him being a monster was nothing foreign for him. It had been circling the academy for quite some time now. But only after hearing this from the principal, the truth hit him hard. The thought honestly made him gulp in uncertainty. Was there something wrong with him? If he was that much different, something was surely wrong with him. Even the bald Shinigami he had met in the real world, whose name was Ikeku, said it himself. That Ichigo's full Ryutsu was already loads above what an academy student was supposed to possess. It was beginning to rival even Renji. And Renji was a vice-captain. Maybe that was the reason, that his subconsciousness became aware of this sooner than his consciousness, that he asked Renji, Rukia, and also Ikeku to keep the knowledge of his true Ryotsu a secret. Maybe he was afraid if everybody knew about it, they would have thought of him of a monster more than they did at the moment. I see, he said, deep in his own thoughts. The principal noticed the change in his expression but said nothing about it. Instead, he took out an envelope. Truthfully, what you did this time is much more serious than before. Your actions could have resulted in deaths of Godi 13 officers. However, it seems you are incredibly lucky, he said and slapped the envelope on the table. What is it? Ichigo finally registered the envelope and asked suspiciously. The man pointed at it and grinned in a dangerous way. This is your way out of the punishment that was originally planned for you. It seems your action have caught an eye of Captain Aizen, the captain of the 5th Division. He asks you to attend his calligraphy classes, which happens twice a week. In return, you will receive no punishment for what you did. Ichigo stared at him for a long while. How long? The principal's grin widened further. Indefinite period of time for now, Kurosaki. And so, it seems I'll be spending some time with this guy. Do you have any information on him? Ichigo asked and took a gulp from his glass. He was currently at the Kukaki Manor on a dinner with Rukia, as she received a day off to recover from her injuries. She also wanted to thank Ichigo for his help in her fight, even if she still considered his intervention as unnecessary. They talked for a while and, gradually, Ichigo mentioned the bonus classes he had gotten as a punishment replacement. Captain Aizen. Rukia mused with her brow scrunched. Well, as I've told you before, the man gives me bad vibes. I don't really know why myself because he is a well-respected, polite, and soft-spoken intellectual. From what I've heard, he rarely gets angry at anybody, no matter how badly they behave or act. His division adores him and there are also others, from other divisions, who look up to him. I'd say he's like an epitome of perfection. I don't know, maybe that's why I feel so nervous when near him, she said while scratching her tilted head. I think I understand. He's basically a person who appears to be too perfect. That could be unnerving. Ichigo nodded gravely. Rukia's description of the man seemed to remind him of something he had heard before. He soon forgot about it as Byakuya, the captain of the 6th Division, entered the room along with servants carrying plates of food and he pointed his gaze towards the teen. Kurosaki Ichigo. Captain. Ichigo didn't really like using titles but since the man was helping him with the case, he thought he could give him some respect. Just a little bit. The captain continued to stare at him and, after a moment, turned around to leave. Nii-sama, you're not joining us? Rukia asked timidly. Byakuya briefly glanced at her and shook his head negatively. No. I have a clan meeting. Then he moved his glance onto Ichigo, who raised his eyebrow in response. I do hope you will reduce the amount of foolish acts to a minimum in the future, Kurosaki Ichigo. I wouldn't want to see the man who has saved my pride to end up in prison. And with that, Byakuya left the room, leaving Ichigo to blink in confusion and Rukia to stare at his empty place with a small blush on her face. The teen turned to Rukia. Did he just scold me and thank me at the same time? But Rukia wasn't listening to him and was muttering to herself with a hopeful smile. Nii-sama called me his pride. The evening of the first class of calligraphy came quickly and Ichigo dragged himself to it feeling a dread in his stomach. He tried to look up some information on the class and what he had found did not please him. It seemed that Captain Aizen was not just well respected, the man was also insanely popular among every group of Shinigami, whether they were from noble clans, Rakugo, or just regular citizens of Siratii. His classes were always packed tightly with students who thought of him as an idol. Just thinking about it made the teen shudder. He didn't know what he would have done if he had been getting such attention. He easily found the place and, after entering, his mouth gaped open from the sheer amount of people cramped in there. Ah, Kurosaki Ichigo, welcome to the calligraphy class. My name is Aizen Sosuke and I'm the one leading this class. Please, come, and take your seat. The man in the back of the room, apparently the captain of the 5th Division, stated with a kind smile and pointed at the one empty place practically next to him. Ichigo felt a shiver running up his spine when he noticed the short, but sharp, glares coming from the other students once he moved forward. Gee, it's like a scene from an occult movie. Ichigo thought with a grimace. It seemed the seat that close to Aizen was a subject of great jealousy. Silently, Ichigo sat down. Since this is a calligraphy class, we will obviously study just that. But it is also much more than just that. We will talk about many things, exchange our different opinions, reveal our ideologies and speak about anything that may be worrying your soul. Don't worry about anything. Nobody here will judge you for anything. Just be yourself. Aizen said in a calming tone, his eyes behind his glasses closed and his mouth still forming a smile. Ichigo still didn't say anything. He was afraid once he did, he would vomit. The atmosphere in the room was too sweat, too heavy and too cheerful for his own tastes. Not that he liked to brood or to be in eternal sadness. But this, what was around him, was just unnatural. Felt unnatural. But he also had to endure it. At least for some time. Now, please introduce yourself. Not just the name, as we are all already aware of it. Tell us something more. Aizen nudged him, while he placed the brush in his right hand above the center of a paper in front of him. As all eyes in the room shifted onto him, Ichigo felt his throat getting dry. This really wasn't his grain of coffee. He cleared his throat. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm 16 years old. I'm here because I've been asked to, not because I want to. So I don't think I'll tell you anything about me. I don't know you, you don't know me and I don't trust strangers. His words were followed with a short silence, during which the other students just stared at him. Surprisingly, nobody glared. That almost caught the teen off guard. I see. That is unfortunate, but I hope that in time, you'll change your mind. Moreover, your words have told us more than you think. Aizen said with an amused smile as his brush began to move across the paper, creating a complicating kanji utsu, which meant depression. Seeing it, Ichigo's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Now, take your brush and write the first kanji that came to your mind once you have entered this room. The captain continued in a calm tone, motioning the rest of the students to do that too. With a devious smirk, Ichigo grabbed the brush, dipped it in ink and wrote just that. A few seconds later, an austere kanji aku, which meant evil, shone on the paper. But his effort went out of the window as Aizen did not look even a bit offended and instead chuckled. I see. Well, I am a part of the Godai 13, so it's understandable you see me like that. Captain said in a low voice, as the other student began to chatter among themselves. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. Aizen changed the paper in front of him and smiled. I did not ask just for a random student, Kurosaki Ichigo. I have heard about what you have done in Rokanga for those poor souls, how you help them, so I understand you don't view Shinigami as somebody you can easily trust. Ichigo closed his eyes and frowned. You could put it that way. Aizen raised his head and looked over his class. After that, his gaze returned onto Ichigo. See, Kurosaki-san, you are not the only one who thinks that Soul Society needs a change. A change for the better. There are too many evils being done every day. Too many deeds getting unpunished. Too many souls living in horrible, terrible conditions. Ichigo glanced at him. You're talking about yourself. The captain nodded. Indeed. I am well aware this world is not as people in the living world believe it to be. I have a dream that one day Soul Society will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Ichigo snorted. If I remember correctly, those are paraphrased words a man in the West once said. Yes. Truly a man ahead of his time. But I think it does fit for this world too. Don't you? Aizen nodded and seemed quite pleased that Ichigo had understood him. The teen sighed. I do, but somebody has pointed something out for me. That the Soul Society can't become the true paradise I would want it to be. That there are things, unpleasant things necessary for its existence. Aizen's brush stopped moving, but his gaze was still pointed on the paper. Was it somebody from the Godai 13 that has told you that? The slight change in his tone caused Ichigo to momentarily stop doing everything. I'm not sure anymore. Why? Aizen smiled sadly. Because it would make sense. For the Soul Society to change, even a part of Gotei 13 must be replaced, changed. There are too many Shinigami with bigoted sense of thinking, and their biased opinions are only hurting this whole place. Moreover, the person at the highest place is most likely at fault. The Captain Commander. Aizen just mysteriously smiled and negatively shook his head. He did not say anything, so Ichigo returned to his writing and, to his surprise, he found he had subconsciously written another kanji. This one was Getsu, which meant moon. He had no idea why he wrote it, but, looking at it up close, he felt some sort of a connection with it. As if it was talking to his very soul. To see the truth, one must seek it meticulously and in places no other would go to, Kurosaka-san. You may find dark secrets even where there appear to be none. For example, you may think Captain Kuratsuki of the 12th Division is an evil person, as most of the students seem to think, and you probably wouldn't be that far from the truth. He is, after all, a scientist, and such people have things they want to hide. But nobody would look twice at the gentle and kind Captain Yukatake of the 13th Division. Aizen stated quietly, so only Ichigo would hear him. The teen registered what he just said but could only stare at him in surprise. Huh. Chapter 9, Resist the God, Moving Forward. Strolling past the myriad of students, Ichigo quietly made his way back to his room. He was deep in thoughts, what the captain of the 5th Division implied heavily pressing onto his mind. What kind of dark secret could have Rukia's captain been hiding? Ichigo didn't know. No matter how much he pressed, Aizen had refused to further elaborate on his words ever since he had mentioned them. That irritated the teen. Knowing that something was there but not knowing what it was really rubbed him in the wrong way. Was Aizen making fun of him? Was he mocking him? As he threw himself into shower to cool his head off, he recalled Rukia's words. The man gives me bad vibes. Certainly, on first glance, Aizen Sosuke truly looked just like an ordinary, well-mannered, and respected captain who treated all of his subordinates kindly. Even Ichigo had to admit it. On first glance, no one could claim the man was anything else. But the weird feeling of having a knob twisting itself in his stomach every time he looked at the man's bright smile caused Ichigo to be wary of the captain. Maybe I'm just paranoid. He muttered and immersed himself in the cold water. He almost jumped out of his skin, though, when a familiar voice rang within his mind. Or maybe you're not. God damn it. Ichigo yelped when he poured a bit of shampoo in his eyes, too surprised by the sudden words of his Zanpakuto. The hysterical laughter only added salt to the wound as the teen desperately tried to get rid of the burning sensation with water. Shit, you bastard, couldn't you wait until I was done applying the thing? And since when you can talk to me like this? He cursed and suppressed the urge to rub his eyes. They felt a bit itchy. Couldn't resist. Well, I could talk to you ever since you first came to your mindscape to meet me, but I just thought fuck you and decided to just laze around. I don't know why are you so surprised, though, you dimwit. Weren't you the one who whined for days because you were able to hear me laughing all those weeks ago? While he listened to the voice of his Zanpakuto, Ichigo finished showering and stepped out of the shower with a scowl. An eerie chuckle filled his ears. Ha, you really didn't connect the dots. Shut up. I just had many things on my mind. Ichigo muttered, a bit of red color creeping on his cheeks. Yeah, I saw. You met a MILF and a tight shorty. I mean, they weren't ugly but they're not your style either. Ichigo blinked and dried himself in silence. Only after lying down in bed he opened his mouth again. I don't think I want to have this kind of talk with my Zanpakuto. He said shortly. Maybe the Zanpakuto spirit felt the undertone in his voice because he replied really quickly. Fair enough. To return to the original point, fuck this Aizen guy. He gives me the creeps. The teen turned around to lie on his side and sighed. Yeah, there's something, yeah, he gives me the creeps too. And I don't even know why. But I have to attend his classes or God know what kind of nonsense will principal make for me as a punishment. Sure, just don't get swallowed by his sweet nonsense. You're kind of okay, so I'd hate to be forced to take some drastic action. However, truth to be told, even though Ichigo had claimed to feel some sort of a distaste every time he was in Aizen's presence and, despite his own Zanpakuto words, it was really hard to resist losing that distaste. Captain of the 5th Division may have been suspicious, but his intelligence, the clever use of word plays, honest-looking confessions made it easy to become accustomed to him. While the man's smile still looked fake to Ichigo, the teen found himself subconsciously getting dragged into his statements and long explanations about the filth and dirt within Soul Society. At first, Ichigo found it quite weird that a captain of the Godai 13 had such an opinion about the system, not to mention voicing it loudly, without fear of being prosecuted, but, seeing all those students' glowing eyes whenever the man spoke, it became quite clear to him. Not a single student attending his seminar was ever going to betray Aizen's trust by reporting him to the higher UPS. They truly resembled, as Ichigo had felt during his first attendance, an occult. An occult circling one single entity, in this case called Aizen Sosuke. He was their idol, the center of their universe. Ichigo raised his eyebrow while walking through the Sirati and shook his head. Nah, he was exaggerating. But truly, there was a certain amount of unity between those who attended Aizen's seminar. It was probably just Ichigo who thought it was a bit creepy. Nevertheless, Ichigo had learned many things from him. While he had heard something about every captain of Godai 13 from Rukia's mouth all those long weeks ago, it was refreshing to hear an option of somebody else. And Aizen gladly told him bits and pieces. Actually, Aizen gave him his opinion on almost anything he asked him about. Ichigo looked forward to discuss it with Rukia, once she returned from yet another trip to the human world. Oh, Ichigo-kun. Captain Kiraku. The teen replied automatically without even turning to the owner of the voice. It wasn't needed. There was only one person in the Soul Society who called him like that. I'm on my way to meet Captain Yuka-take for a cup of tea. Would you like to join us? The captain asked cheerfully and cautiously put a piece of paper into his pocket before Ichigo turned to face him. With a thoughtful expression, the teen refused. No thanks, I'm actually on my way to train. I see. Well, I can't object to honing your skills, but don't overdo it, Ichigo-kun. Being too perfect can be scary. Kiraku said in an honest tone. Ichigo blinked, caught off guard by the sudden statement, but it didn't last for long. I'll keep that in mind, Kiraku-san. I'll be on my way. Ichigo said, not noticing the small hint of worry in the captain's gaze. As he was slowly walking away from the man, Ichigo remembered something. Speaking of Captain Yuka-take. He thought and spun around. Captain Kiraku. He called after the man in flowery Haori. The captain of the 8th Division stopped and glanced back at him. Yes, Ichigo-kun. Do you know where is the Darai Shokero and how could I get in there? Ichigo couldn't see it from the distance separating the two of them, but Kiraku actually paled a little after hearing the question. The Darai Shokero? Yeah, the Great Spirit Book Gallery. I heard it contains all and every information the Sirati possesses. For the first time since he had met him, Ichigo noticed that Kiraku appeared to be more than reluctant to answer him. The captain's brow creased in a frown as he stared at the teen with a meaningful gaze. I'm afraid it is impossible for you to go there, Ichigo-kun. The Great Spirit Book Gallery is an area with a restricted access. Even captains need permission from the Central 46 to enter it. Ichigo raised both his eyebrows. Oh. I see. Never mind then. Watching the teen leave, Kiraku's frown deepened. That couldn't have been just a coincidence. There was no way Ichigo would ask him such a question precisely at the time when Kiraku was coming from the Great Spirit Book Gallery himself. Touching the paper safely secured within his pocket, he shook his head. He needed Yuka-take's input on this matter. Increasing the tempo of his steps, he shortly arrived to the office of the captain of the 13th Division and knocked on the door. Jushiro, it's me. A cough later, he heard a gentle voice. Come in. Inside the office, Kiraku muttered a short incantation and only then joined the other captain. Yuka-take raised his head from the stack of papers with an alarmed expression. A barrier? Shunsui, what's going on? He asked when he recognized the words his friend had mumbled seconds before. Kiraku settled down in a small comfortable chair and looked at the white-haired captain. Jushiro, remember when I told you I was going into the Darai Shokero to gather some information? With a worried expression, Yuka-take pushed the stack of papers away so he had a clear view on the other man's face. I do. Well, I just met Ichigo-kun and do you know what he just asked me? No idea. He asked me how he could get in the Dairaishokero because he heard he could find any information in there. Yuka-take leaned to the side with a confused expression. I don't see the problem. He is a smart kid, it's only natural he'd want to study. Kiraku shook his head. Jushiro. He asked me the question just as I was returning from the place. And now he has been forced to attend his seminar. Because he caught his attention. The timing and everything else is just too convenient. He said urgently. Yuka-take frowned. You think? That's not all, Jushiro. I think what I have found in the Dairaishokero confirms our suspicions. Ichigo-kun's story now makes more sense than ever. Kiraku stated and took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. He showed it to Yuka-take, who read what was written on it. A violent coughing fit attacked his body. With painful expression, Kiraku quickly moved around the room and handed him a glass of water once the fit stopped. Yuka-take took a few calming deep breaths and gulped the contents of the glass down. Do you still think it's all just a big coincidence, Jushiro? Shunsui, how did you find this? Satisfied that his friend now believed him, Kiraku moved back to the chair and sat down. Well, do you remember how Hine-kun came to you shortly before he disappeared? Yuka-take nodded with a sad smile. Yes, it was quite funny to see a member of Shiba clan so embarrassed. It took him full 2 hours to get comfortable enough to tell me about the girl. I think it had something to do with me being the only person he ever talked to about her. He chuckled softly. Kiraku pressed further. Her name was Masake, right? As far as I remember. Kiraku stopped talking and made himself and his friend a tea. He waited until it was cold enough to sip and only then he continued talking. So, after I met Ichigo-kun and had a conversation with him, I became quite convinced that what you said about him may be true. That he may be a reincarnated Shiba. However, after putting some facts from his story together, I changed my mind and made a wild guess. What if Hine-kun didn't die and disappeared to the human world? What are the chances he would have gotten together with the girl? You know how Hine-kun was, if he liked the girl he was going to come after her until she surrendered to him. So, maybe, just maybe, they got together and had a son. Not only he would have Shiba genes, making his appearance quite noticeable, he would also be a new kind of soul. A hybrid. Somebody worth of his attention. He talked for a few minutes so he took a short breather. Yuka-take was intently listening. But it was just a speculation. So, I asked for a permission to enter the Dairaishokero. If Ichigo-kun's name is Kurosaki and if my hunch was right, his mother's name was Masaka Kurosaki. Because of that, I searched every entry on the name Kurosaka for days and guess what I discovered. He took another sip of tea. 200 years ago, before the regrettable purge, Kurosaka was a name of a prominent Quincy clan. His statement was followed with a long and heavy silence, interrupted only by occasional sipping of a warm tea. Of course, this doesn't prove anything. It is still just a theory. However, looking at every fact, it all makes perfect sense. Kurosaki Ichigo is actually Shiba Ichigo, a hybrid offspring of a Shinigami and a Quincy. Kiraku said. And he is interested in him. Yuka-take added grimly. Kiraku nodded. Yeah, that's what's bothering me the most. It was an early Sunday morning when Ichigo walked down the Siratii with Rukia on his side, the Kukaki explaining the new information about the mysterious group of enemies she and the others had encountered. I've never seen Captain Kuratsuka so aggravated before. Not that I'm surprised. Whoever erased all of his data about these bounts, must have been very bold. I almost pity the poor officer who was in charge of security. She said, synchronizing her steps with Ichigo's large leaps with a frown. He was doing them too large just to annoy her. She was sure of it. Shrugging the sudden irate kick to the shin with a smirk, Ichigo squinted his eyes. Truth to be told, I've never even seen the guy but from what I've heard, he must be one hell of a nutcase. SHHH. She kicked him again and this time the kick resulted in Ichigo's watery eyes. Ow, crazy woman, what are you doing? Rukia glanced around and then sighed in relief. She rounded on him soon after that. Ichigo, I'll teach you two most important rules about Captain Kurotsuki. Rule number 1, you do not talk about Captain Kurotsuki. Rule number 2, you do not talk about Captain Kurotsuki. What? Ichigo blinked twice to clear his confusion. It didn't help. Motioning him to lean over so she could whisper into his ear, Rukia tiptoed to reach it. Every once in a while, when somebody badmouths Captain Kurotsuki in a broad daylight, that somebody disappears for a few days only to return with no memories. The rumor is, Captain Kurotsuki picks such poor souls and conducts experiments on them. Trust me, you do not want to let him conduct experiments on you. She shuddered cutely with a grimace. Ichigo almost laughed. Right. Nevertheless, there hasn't been a single person that could tell me anything good about him. Rukia abandoned the grimace and shrugged. Well, he isn't particularly nice, she said after a moment of hesitation. But now you at least know who you are going up against. Even that must be somewhat helpful, right? Ichigo asked after they made several quiet steps. I guess. As far as I'm concerned, until Captain Kurotsuki repairs the databanks, I have gained some days off. That's nice. Gives me time to socialize. The last part was said in a slightly strained tone and, for some reason, she refused to meet Ichigo's reason. The teen said nothing to that. He learned not to. For a while, they walked in a comfortable silence, just enjoying the sunny, yet quite cold beginning of the day. However, when Ichigo noticed the path they were taking, he raised an eyebrow. Are you purposely leading me somewhere? Yep. And you're not going to tell me where? Yep. Should I be worried? Nope. Could you talk like a normal person again? Nope. Ichigo sighed. Every once in a while, when Rukia had a particularly good mood, she grew to enjoy teasing him with a slightly changed behavior. It was a bit eccentric, but that wasn't what was irritating the teen. It was the notion that she looked like an ordinary and carefree teenager when she did that. He did not like that. He did not like that because it made the worries she was hiding behind those big, gentle eyes, stand out more jarringly. But, for her sake, he had never said a word. It would have been pointless. He knew she was aware of what he could see and that she appreciated his silence on the matter. Their long conversations in the evenings at the bar near the academy allowed for such a sentiment to develop. It didn't take long before the road Rukia had chosen ended, leaving the two of them standing in front of a gate with a sign for 11th Division. Recalling everything he knew about this division's captain, Ichigo felt a bead of sweat tickling the skin above his right cheekbone. Rukia? Why the hell are we here? Perhaps recognizing the slightly uneasy tone in his voice, the female Shinigami offered him a comforting smile. Don't worry about Captain Zaraki Kenpeki. He's not here at the moment. We're here because there is someone who stubbornly insisted he wants to see you. That someone could have just visited me at the academy. Ignoring his grumbling, once the gate opened, she led him inside. Maneuvering around the various buildings, they headed towards one that stood a bit on a far side. Ah, Kukaki, thanks for bringing him. A strong voice reached them as soon as they reached the veranda. A bald Shinigami, Ichigo remembered to be Ikeku, greeted them with a wave of his hand. Ikeku-san. Rukia nodded in response. I don't mean to be rude, but what did you want from me? Ichigo asked impatiently. Ikeku snorted and pointed backwards, at the door leading to the office behind him. It's not me who wants to see you. Hey, Yumi Chika, he's here. From within the building, the Shinigami with a slightly feminine appearance peeked at them and, noticing Ichigo, he quickly made his way out. Oh, good. I just finished making my hair. Here. Yumi Chika stepped to Ichigo and nodded to him. I asked Kukaki-san to bring you here because my pride as a member of the 11th Division is telling me I should thank you for your help during our mission in the human world. Ichigo just stared at him without blinking as he didn't know how to react. Fortunately, he managed to recover in a few seconds' time. Yeah, sure. It was nothing. I only helped a little, so I don't really think this is necessary. Yumi Chika took a sharp intake of breath. No. You don't understand, Kurosaka-san. It would be very ugly of me not to thank you properly, and I really hate ugly things. You saved my pride by knocking me out there, you know. He vehemently shook his head and motioned Ichigo and Rukia to sit down at the veranda. Seeing the lack of understanding in Ichigo's expression, Yumi Chika elaborated on his words. I'm sure you have heard of our division. To die in battle is our honor. We believe that if we are going to die anyway, we have to go down gloriously. Under normal circumstances, I would have no qualms with myself if I have died that day. However, to die while my will and my body was being manipulated, to die in a fight against a comrade, that would have been a nightmare. A hideous death. It makes me shudder to even think about it. Yumi Chika said and, to prove his point, shuddered exaggeratedly. He's a bit of a drama queen. Ichigo mentally sighed. On the other hand, Yumi Chika Yasukawa also didn't look like a bad person. I see. How can I repay you? Ichigo almost spat out in surprise. He turned to the man and rapidly shook his head. It's okay, really. I insist. Repaying one's debt is a beautiful thing. I know, how about I make your hair? Alarms ringing in his head, Ichigo scooted a bit away from the smiling man and put his hands in front of himself. My hair is fine as it is. I'm not saying it is not, but I see room for improvement. Ichigo desperately glanced at Rukia, only to find her staring at the ground with clenched fists, fiercely trying to stifle a laugh. She had tears at the corners of her ears and she was biting her lips. Bitch. Just pick anything because he is not going to give up, you know. Ikeku, so far silent, spoke and took a gulp from a jug that was placed next to him. Turning back to Yumi Chika's expectant face, Ichigo wanted to groan. In the last moment, his Zanpakuto came to his rescue. Just ask him for a spar. Huh. Ichigo reacted by blinking. He no longer got surprised at suddenly hearing the voice in his head. I'm saying ask for a spar. He's a member of the 11th Division and they are known to be good fighters, right? And since he went on a mission with the Pineapple and your Ice Queen, he's probably high-ranking officer too. It'll also do you good to try fighting somebody else than me. Hell, you may even surprise me after this. I hope, at least. You've been falling into a routine lately, his Zanpakuto said in a bored tone. Screw you, you almost bisected me the last time I tried something new. And who's the drama queen now? Bastard. Dumbass. Kurosaka-san. Ichigo snapped to the reality when he noticed Yumi Chika staring at him from a close distance. He leaned backwards and took a deep breath. Call me Ichigo. I'm not really a fan of honorifics. To the point, if you're so hell-bent on repaying me in some way, I think I have something in mind. Yumi Chika tilted his head but didn't respond. Eagerly, he simply waited for Ichigo to continue. How about a spar? Next to them, Ikeku spat a large amount of whatever he was drinking from the jug and coughed several times to get a hold of his breathing. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Ichigo with incredulous stare. A seated officer offers you anything and you ask for a spar. The teen shrugged. What's wrong with it? Ikeku kept his gaze on Ichigo for a while longer. Then he burst into laughter. Haha, I like you, kid. That was all he said as he continued to laugh until tears came out of his eyes and his body bent over. Ichigo didn't understand what was so funny and tried to glance at Rukia for support for a second time. This time, she offered him a sympathetic smile. What? He threw his hands in the air, exasperated. Are you serious? Yumi Chika, unlike Ikeku, stared at him completely serious. Ichigo briefly nodded. Yeah, it's the only thing that I could come up with. I don't really prefer having people feeling they owe me something, and this, the spar, could help me in the long term. It would be nice to try and fight somebody else than my Zanpakuto. At that, Ikeku finally stopped laughing and gazed upon him with clear interest in his eyes. You can already materialize your Zanpakuto. Huh? No, we do it in my mindscape. I don't even know the name of the guy, yet. I see. Why don't you ask one of your classmates to spar with you? Yumi Chika asked, still miffed about the request. Ichigo went quiet, prompting Rukia to roll her eyes at him. Because he's too strong to spar with a simple student. He's just too shy to admit it. She said with a sigh. Hey, Woman, I told you I'm not shy. It's called being modest. Modest. Ichigo exclaimed and sent her a dirty look. In return she simply waggled her tongue at him. Before Yumi Chika could react to that, Ikeko lightly slapped him on a shoulder. I think I have no problems believing that. Not after feeling your Ryutsu back then. When Yumi Chika silently turned to look at him with a question in his eyes, Ikeko pointed at Ichigo. You were unconscious at that time, Yumi Chika, so you may not know this, but this guy, he definitely isn't your average student. Now that I'm saying it, I think I want to see you two spar. Maybe I'll even join you. Since things were settled with that statement, it took only a short while for Yumi Chika to prepare. He took the teen to a nearby abandoned training ground, where he told Ikeko and Rukia, who eagerly followed them, to watch from a short distance. Okay, since I'm a 5th seed, it would be humiliating to give you, an academy student, any handicap. And humiliating is ugly. So you can use whatever you want. Half an hour later. You have got to be kidding me. Ikeko said after the cloud of dust settled down. He and Rukia hurried towards the place where the two combatants crossed their blades last time to find them both panting heavily. Yet still, both of them stood their ground. They sported several minor injuries and even a few droplets of blood were scattered across the whole training ground, but Ichigo and Yumi Chika were mostly fine. The only thing damaged was their stamina. Unbelievable. Yumi Chika panted and shook his head. I was still unable to win. Ichigo said and groaned when he tried to stretch his back. The elbow hit to the kidneys he had received was already forming a bruise. Ikeko laughed, but, unlike half an hour ago, this was a controlled chuckle. Ichigo, you don't probably realize, but I don't think I have ever seen an academy student who could fight somebody like Yumi Chika to a stalemate with just Zanjutsu and Hakuta. Damn, you have just earned my respect. Seeing the teen was still not really convinced of his achievement, Ikeko continued. Moreover, don't think of this match as a spar with a 5th seed. Yumi Chika may be just that and I'm physically stronger than him, but ability-wise? He's a better fighter than even I am and I'm a 3rd seed. Really? Ichigo turned to look at Yumi Chika, who chuckled. Well, Ikeko likes to overrate me, but the truth is, I'm 5th seed only because he already claimed the 3rd seed and I thought the kanji for number 4 looked ugly. So I settled for the number 5. The revelation surprised the teen, but, as he thought about it after he and Rukia left the 11th division area, it wasn't really that surprising. The spar with Yumi Chika felt completely different than any fight he had so far. Truthfully, he was mostly sure the spiritual pressure he could generate at full power was stronger than Yumi Chika's, but skill-wise, the 5th seed was loads better than him. Sure, he could overwhelm him with pure raw power and strength for a while, but having a worse skill set prevented him from winning. He was glad he decided to listen to his Zanpakuto and ask for the spar. He could now differentiate between Shinigami. Those at the academy were below him. Unseated officers of Godi 13 were below him. Most of the seated officers were mostly below him now. With every passing week, every passing day, he was getting better, stronger, faster and more powerful. But the upper echelon of the Godi 13 was still in the distance. They all held one large, difficult to bypass, advantage over him. Battle experience. Most of the high-ranking seated officers had lots of it. Years under service. Decades, some of the captains even centuries. So, at the academy, he was maybe a monster, but compared to the best of the Godi 13, he was an ant to be squashed by an elephant. Surprisingly, such an epiphany did not discourage him in the least. On the contrary, it only poured further strength and resolve into his veins. He was getting there. Slowly but inevitably. He was going to catch up. And then, he was going to change things. In the process, he gained 2 new associates with the potential to become comrades. Ikeko emphasized the notion when he told Ichigo to stop by the 11th Division barracks once in a while, as he, too, was interested in a spar with him. Funnily enough, from that point onwards, Rukia refused to look at him and appeared to be sulking. He had resisted the urge to talk to her for a while, but since the silence between them was less than comfortable, he gave up halfway to the academy. Okay, spill it. What's bothering you so much? Instead of replying, Rukia pouted, and turned her head away. Dramatically, Ichigo sighed and threw his hands in the air. Fine, fine, what is on your mind, oh, great Rukia-sama? A kick to the shin later, he massaged the sore place. Idiot. She said, but he could see the corners of her mouth twitching. She fought it, but, after a minute, she closed her eyes. If you wanted a sparring partner, you could have said something. I'd have been happy to help you, you know. With her gaze pointed to the side, she mumbled. Her expression was a bit gloomy and Ichigo noticed it. He heard her words but could not respond to them immediately. Because he did not expect hearing such a thing from Rukia, he didn't know what to say to her. It took a few seconds till his brain caught up with his sense of hearing and reacted to it with an overflow of, for Ichigo, confusing emotions. 3 times, he opened his mouth to say something but stopped before any actual sound came out of his vocal cords. All of the responses he came up with sounded too awkward and just not good enough. He settled for the simplest thing he could. Honesty. Sorry. Rukia's head snapped 180 degrees to the left and she stared at him with surprised eyes. Ichigo almost chuckled. Don't look at me like that. I can say sorry sometimes, you know? You are right, I could have asked you to spar with me. Despite being obviously happy with his reaction, she couldn't help herself but to mumble accusingly. So why didn't you? Honestly? Because I never thought about it. I just became accustomed to sparring with my Zanpakuto and sparring with another person never came up in my mind. I just asked Yumishika-san for it because my Zanpakuto spirit actually recommended it to me in that moment. Now, I'd say it would be really helpful if I could sometimes spar with you too. You know, trying to go against people with different fighting styles. He answered lengthily. After that, Rukia was silent for a while and looked as if she was talking to herself. However, in time, a small smile appeared on her face. It grew wider and wider with every single step and before long, she was grinning widely. She smacked Ichigo on his back and jumped forward, while facing him with her grin. I could do that, Strawberry. Again, damn, why do I feel this inexplicable emotion whenever I look at this symbol? Ichigo mentally cursed as he glared at the kanji for moon he had written on a paper in front of him. There was definitely something wrong with him. What surprised him was that not even his Zanpakuto spirit, always so happy to take a verbal jab at him, said anything in response. Is something the matter, Kurosaka-san? Aizen asked politely. With a sigh, the teen shook his head. Once again, he was sitting next to Aizen at the man's seminar of calligraphy, forced to survive the stifling atmosphere. Although, there was no real need for him to force himself to attend the class. Actually, he had been looking forward to it. Just a little bit. Not because he liked the class or calligraphy at all. It was just his piqued interest that was causing him to come here without a deep scowl. The captain of the 5th Division rarely ended the class without telling something interesting to Ichigo. I wonder, you've been drawing this same symbol ever since you came here for the first time. Is it something that has been on your mind lately? The captain asked another question. Still staring at the paper, Ichigo shook his head for the second time. I just get this unearthly feeling every time I see this symbol. It seems I've begun to draw it rather subconsciously and I have no freaking idea why. He said with a frown and put the brush down. Mimicking his action, Aizen smiled. May I offer some input on that? Ichigo leaned backwards and supported his back on a wall. Be my guest. Making sure the rest of the class was doing what they had been instructed to do, Aizen went silent for a moment. Am I correct in assuming you have not yet achieved your Shikai release, Kurosaka-san? Yeah. Very well. In that case, I do think it is your soul trying to give you a hint of what is one of its own traits. Communication is necessary for a Shinigami to achieve the initial release of his Zanpakuto. Be it direct or indirect. Whether you are already able to interact with your Zanpakuto spirit or not, I think it is attempting to send you a signal. Aizen explained in a kind tone. You mean my soul or my Zanpakuto? Aren't they the same, Kurosaka-san? Ichigo puffed out some air and closed his eyes. You kind of like talking in vague terms, don't you? This earned the teen a brief chuckle that came from the captain. Maybe. Ichigo snorted. Didn't expect any other answer. He added mentally. The class continued slowly, with breaks either for a cup of hot tea or a cup of hot coffee, based on the students' preferences. Ichigo did not join most of the conversations between the students and, instead, opted to just listen to the various opinions that differed from person to person. They did not talk about anything serious or that much interesting for his tastes, so he just continued drawing. It took almost an hour before he used his voice again. You still didn't tell me what you meant when you mentioned Captain's Yucatec dark secret. He asked quietly. Since the question came all of a sudden, it caused the captain to abruptly stop drawing. Humming to himself, he didn't answer immediately. I suppose I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. It was quite rude of me to insinuate that my colleague has some dark secret. I do apologize for that, Kurosaka-san. Could you please forget about it? Scowling at him, Ichigo crossed his arms. I hope you are not serious. Finally, the captain decided to talk about this matter, but the teen had definitely not expected such a reaction. Aizen sighed. I guess I am not. I should have known you wouldn't let it go so easily. Very well, Kurosaka-san, I shall tell you what I can. Though I do think you will be disappointed, it's not really a dark secret. It's just something Captain Yucatec is not very proud of. Leaning forward, Ichigo stared at him. I'm all ears. Aizen allowed himself a tiny smirk that disappeared sooner than the teen could have noticed it before he opened his mouth. I'm sure you have heard of the tragedy that affected the 13th Division a few decades ago, when its vice-captain, Shibukayan, so regrettably lost his life. Ichigo blinked and, for a moment, hesitated. Every single time the name Shibukayan was mentioned, it also came with Rukia's name. By now, he was certain this incident had created some sort of a great issue within the female Shinigami. Now it seemed he was getting very close to the truth behind that day. Was he allowed to know without Rukia's consent? He wasn't the person who would trample over the feelings of the others and would carelessly pry information about them when they obviously weren't ready to share them. Although, he asked Aizen about Captain Yucatec, so there was a good chance Rukia wasn't going to be mentioned. He chose. Yes, I've heard. The truth is, Shibukayan caused his own death that day. However, what plagues Captain Yucatec is the fact that he could have prevented it but failed to do so because of his weakness. Staring at him for a while, Ichigo absorbed the information with a confused expression. That's all. Kurosaka-san. That is all I can tell you. There is more, a lot more to that incident, but it's a matter too personal for Captain Yucatec and one of his underlings. I can't say it for them. It would be unfair to their pain. Blinking, Ichigo had the decency to look abashed. Vaguely hearing the captain's words, he grimaced. So I was right. That underling can't be anyone but Rukia. This Kayan is the greatest source of her anguish. I understand. Having nothing else to do during a cold evening, Ichigo was standing in front of the large Senkaimon gate, waiting for Rukia and her group to return from their another trip to the human world. Normally, he wouldn't have known about their arrival, but it seemed Captain Yucatec was very pleased with the effect Ichigo's presence had on Rukia, and so, recently, he often gave him a timetable of her workload. Of course, he did it privately, without Rukia's knowledge. Ichigo had protested the first time the captain tried to give to him, as he didn't really felt he should have it, but then, after he received a few words from his Zanpakuto, he accepted it. Later, he thanked the spirit for that because it had proven to be a great teasing material. It irritated Rukia immensely, to find him playing a role of a bored and relaxed individual near the Senkaimon whenever she had to go to the human world for work. Doing such a teasing scene, however, left his mind for now. It seemed Rukia's group had encountered some troubles, so he just waited with a serious look on his face. The information proved to be true as soon as the female Kukaki walked out of the Senkaimon and the teen got a good look at her eyes. The rest of the group came out along with her and, seeing their state, Ichigo grimaced. You guys look like shit. Not just look, I feel like that too. Renji said and groaned. Putting one of his hands on his ribs, he gritted his teeth. Damn, I think they really are broken. He muttered and spat on the ground angrily. Captain won't like this. Ikeku muttered behind him, supported by Yumi Chika, both of them heavily bandaged. Stopping in front of Rukia, Ichigo leaned lower and asked quietly. What happened? You alright? Rukia nodded and tried to smile, but she was visibly in pain, so it came out as a grimace. We came across a former member of the 11th Division. Along with these bounts, they gave us quite a beating. Renji even had to ask permission to release his Limiter. If he didn't, I'm not sure we would have escaped. While she was speaking, Ichigo looked at her with an unreadable expression. After she finished, he nodded to himself and maneuvered around her. With a quick grab, he picked her up on his back, making it a piggyback ride. Ichigo, what are you doing? She spluttered, extremely embarrassed. Just shut it. You guys obviously need to visit the 4th Division. I'm just speeding up the process. He retorted with disinterest. Hearing a light cough behind him, he turned around to see Renji staring at the ground and Ikeka openly smirking at him. You sure work fast, Ichigo. The teen smirked back. I would have picked any of you, but, being a midget, she's the lightest. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Or are you jealous that Yumishika-san isn't giving you the same treatment? Oi. Hey. I'm not a midget. Being on the receiving end of a set of glares and a punch to the head, Ichigo just grinned. Yes, I've heard about this case. Bounce, wasn't it? Aizen replied and took a sip out of the steaming cup of tea. Scrunching his chin in an attempt to further increase his focus, Ichigo swung the brush downwards and then put it away. He raised one eyebrow, satisfied with the kanji he had drawn, and turned to the captain. He was, once again, attending the calligraphy class. 2 days had passed since Rukia and her group returned, beaten up and with some bad news. Since it seemed this case was looking more and more difficult, Ichigo decided to look for some information. He was still cautious when around the captain of the 5th Division, but, during the past few weeks, the man had done nothing else than politely talking with him, and so Ichigo decided to lower the amount of suspicion he felt towards him. Yeah, bounce. Aizen hummed and put the cup back on the saucer. With one finger on his mouth, the eyes behind his glasses twinkled. I don't know much about them. This is mainly Captain Kuratsuka's area of expertise. The only thing I know is that the first mention of them predates the current Shinigami Research and Development Institute. I think it predates even the Captain Kuratsuka's predecessor, the previous captain of the 12th Division. However, Captain Kuratsuka should have all the data there is on these bounts. You should talk to him. Ichigo made a wry face and shook his head. Nah, I don't think I want to meet this guy, Captain Kuratsuka. He said in a sour tone. Then he blinked. Did you just say the previous captain of the 12th Division? Do you know who that was? I read about the history of Godi I-13, but some parts, along with this name, have been either erased or made unreadable. Aizen mysteriously smiled. Oh yes, I knew him. Like a hurricane, Ichigo was storming through the Siratii, his anger causing him to release the full weight of his Ryutsu on his surroundings, the seal tattooed on his skin already unsealed. He was gritting his teeth, his fists were clenched, and his anger didn't seem to be decreasing. He was just so angry. Irrationally but also unstoppably. Since some of the members of the 13th Division knew him from his visits, they didn't even think of stopping him when he blitzed past them. Only the Ryutsu that hit them caused them to worry a bit. The teen only stopped in front of the office of Captain Yukatake. He banged on the doors. Captain Yukatake. I need to speak with Rukia. Maybe feeling the emotion within his Ryutsu, Yukatake was silent for a minute. Then the doors to his office opened and the wide-eyed Rukia peeked out of them. Ichigo? What is going on? And please lower you dash. Come with me. Ichigo didn't even let her finish talking and grabbed her by the hand. Using Shunpo, he disappeared from the area of the 13th Division and, after several more jumps, he landed on the outskirts of the Siratii, at the edge of a small meadow. Rukia painfully landed on her butt. What the hell, Ichigo? She jumped back up, but the pressure from Ichigo pressed on her with all of its might, making her go silent. You. He said, his voice shaking from the anger. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself at least a little bit down, he continued. Tell me, Rukia. Did you really mean what you said back then, when Kazumi was still alive. The sudden question caught the female Shinigami really off guard and she blinked. What? She stuttered, completely confused. Aggressively, the teen punched the tree right next to her, toppling it down with a loud rumble. I asked if you really meant those words. I wanted to help you, to save you. Did you fucking mean it? Rukia yelped and scooted backwards. With a horrified gaze, she raised her finger and pointed it at him. Ichigo, why your eye? She said, pointing at his left eye, in which the white color of his sclera was slowly being replaced with black. Growling, he slapped the hand away. I asked you something. Rukia gulped and backed away, her limbs trembling with fear. She had never seen Ichigo so mad, so furious. Even his Ryutsu felt different. Animalistic. Threatening. Of course I meant it. Liar. He punched the air next to her, causing her to pale considerably. Whatever was making him angry, she just hoped he would explain it to her before he possibly killed her. Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki Shihoin. Two of the biggest traitors of the Soul Society and you had one of them helping me? That damned cat is a former captain, god fucking damn it. Why didn't she save Kazumi? She easily could have. Fuck. He yelled and dropped on his knees. Angrily, he punched the ground strong enough to create a crack in it. Completely white in face, Rukia blinked. I didn't know. I mean I've heard about Yoryuki Shihoin but I never thought the cat was her. Now that you mention it, she came to me because Urahara Kisuke sent her. Yeah, that makes sense. But I never put the two and two together and so it never occurred to me it could have been her in that cat form and... She began to ramble, staring in front of her. Her eyes were not focused on anything. She just stood there completely frozen. Only her mouth was moving. On the other hand, Ichigo was burning with anger. Nothing Rukia said could have extinguished it. No, he was too hurt for that. He needed somebody to put the guilt into. He needed to have somebody to be angry with. Shit. He punched the ground again. This time, his strike was weaker. I always knew Urahara Kisuke has been labeled a traitor but he's always been so helpful. Whenever I was in human world and in trouble, he would give me a helping hand without wanting anything in return. He treated me well, even when I was buying merchandise from him he was polite and kind. Shady, yes, but polite. So I have never thought of him as a criminal. And Yoryuki-san. I should have realized who she was. He was enraged and bitter but he couldn't tune out all those words that had begun to pour out of Rukia's mouth like a waterfall of confessions. He wanted to punch her, yell at her again but, she looked so pitiful. So weak and vulnerable. Those large eyes filled with tears were not fair. Looking deep into them, Ichigo felt he was losing the fury within his veins. The cloud covering his logic was ever so slowly dispersing and allowing him to think with rationale. She truly didn't know. She hadn't lied to him back then and wasn't lying to him right now, too. Minutes were passing painfully slow, the air filled with silence, occasionally broken with Rukia's never-ending rambling. The Ryutsu, heavily pressing on the surroundings, was deflating. Anger was still there but it was now controlled. Pushing himself up, Ichigo moved towards Rukia and put his hands on her shoulders. Are you really telling the truth? As soon as she felt his touch, she broke out of trance and stared at him with watery eyes. Oh God, I'm sorry, Ichigo. I'm so sorry. She hugged him and began to openly cry. He just patted her on her back and glared at nothing in particular with a powerful gaze. You better have a fucking fantastic reason prepared next time we meet, Yoryuki Shihoin and Urahara Kisuke. He thought but then bit his lip. No, fuck that. As soon as I see you, you're dead. Both of you. Check the description for the links to the author.